welcome back, everybody. Good to see you. Don't forget to clock back into class. Clock back into class. We don't want some time left on the table. No. We don't want that. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, let's see what it's doing. All right, good. Looks like we got everybody accounted for. Good to go. Kevin, I got you hooked up. Yours is squared away. You had an issue with I don't know what happened. You had an extra punch in there that was just holding everything up. So I took care of it for you. But let me make sure. Yep, you're good. Yeah. All right. So instead of heading back into, we got a lot of this. Today's lesson is a lot of slides. It's like 50-something slides. Yeah, we're halfway through. But we're going to take a break in action. We're going to do what they call a lab. We're going to do a lab. Yes, we are. And this is what we're going to do. So let's try this. Screen 2. Biggity bam bam. Here we go. All right. I think y'all can see my screen. Yeah, you can. Okay. All right, so let's get into what they call mapping a network. Yeah. Sometimes when you are the sysadmin, there's some things that you like to do to figure out who or what is sitting on your local area network. Wouldn't y'all agree? Now, there's one place I can go log into right now in your house and see everything that is connected. Where can I go? Didn't know I was going to hit you with a quiz question at lunch, did you? Hopefully y'all are slow and I can take advantage of the situation and win this one. Can I win this one? I see some Googling going on. I think I'm going to lose this. Where's one place right now in your house I can go to see where all the devices that are connected to your network? Darn it, Charles. Yes, the router. It is listed by MAC address for everything that is connected. That is actually one of the things you can do. It's called, if you didn't want any of those devices to connect anymore, like your television, you can go in your television settings under network, look up the network profile, the MAC address of the TV. I can deny access to my router. If your kid is getting on past midnight trying to text using Wi-Fi, I match up that MAC address to that device, deny it, parental control, yes. So you can do what they call MAC filtering and deny that unique MAC identifier off of your network. It's also cool too to see if you have your neighbors or other people in the neighborhood surfing on your network. Believe it or not, some networks, your neighbor has access to it and you don't even know it. Because you probably use the generic admin login and admin password for your router. Your neighbors went and looked up generic logins for, let's say, whatever type of router, and they've been sitting inside your router not paying for internet for 3 years. Yeah, that could happen. So you want to get in there and change the admin password for your router. And you sitting there wondering, why is my internet so slow? Because they gaming on it. You can also go inside of your router and do what they call quality of service. If there are any connections that are, let's say, streaming connections, you can give them priority over wired. That way you can have uninterrupted streaming, less jitter, all that stuff when you're watching Netflix or whatever you need to watch. Cool. Now there's another way you can find out what's on your network. One way we're going to get into it, that's in Linux. We'll get to that on Monday. But on Windows, you have what they call Angry IP Scanner. So you can go into Google, type in Angry IP Scanner. You'll bring up this little himi bababa. This little home page. The cool thing about this is it tells you right here. This it's not a lot. It's only like 8 megabytes that it downloads. But what it does is scans local networks as well as internet, IP ranges, random, or you can put it in any format to see which you want to scan. You can export the results. Provides command line interface. It's free, open source, works with Windows, Mac, and Linux. Okay? Angry IP Scanner is just a simple scan, open source, cross-platform. Fastest way to find out IP addresses and ports to see what's there. Okay? So network admins, you can use this. So if we go ahead and download this puppy, now don't download the ads now. Don't. Go to the download page, go strictly to the download page. Don't close that. Go to your Windows installer, click that, dink, and you'll see up here it'll start to download. You'll see Angry IP come up right here. Ding! All right. Go ahead and hit next. Get the default folder. Well, it's a little bigger, sorry. 27 megabytes. Okay, I thought I said it. Charles says, my neighbor is some sort of IT dude. I should try to get onto his router and see if it notices. I can neither confirm that or deny that. I'll leave that up to you. But okay. Hit install. Then all the direct logic library files start running. Run Angry IP. And this is what you got. It's just a scanner tools used for scanning networks. The goal is to find a live host and gather interesting information from them. You can start with specified IP addresses on your local network or ranges. You can take this, you can break it down in a file if you want. You can find out dead hosts that are not responding, open ports, and filtered ports. No, I do not want to send anonymous reports about my computer. All right. Who's here? Anybody here? At this page? Okay. So if I want to do a scan, I could load results from a previous one, export, or export selected. But if I want to go here, for my host name on my computer, I am on a wired network right now. Okay. So right now, I'm going to scan. Now, I could scan by network mask, slashes. So these are the subnet masks. I could scan by that, or just scan by IP range and see what comes up. 10.60.1. First of all, this is what I want to do. Go to command line. Let's do IP config /all and see what IP address you have. Okay, I'm on a WAN right now. I mean, wireless. Excuse me, Ethernet. I'm plugged in right now. That's VirtualBox. So you have to read your adapters to make sure you pick the right one. Right now I'm on a 10.60. That's why it's presenting to me a 10.60 up here, because that's my IP address range that it automatically sees. Okay. Now I can go from 10.60, 1, it says to 1 or 0 to 255. So it's looking at host numbers right there, 0 to 255. I'm a bit curious, so I'm just gonna hit start and see what comes up. It's gonna search everything on this LAN from 0 to 255. Okay, scanning is complete. Total time 37 seconds. Average time per host 0.15 nanoseconds. Here's the range. How many hosts scanned? There's 10 that are alive with open ports, 4 of them. So now I'm gonna start looking down my list. This one right here, it says Meraki. That's my gateway. See, it's 1.1. Y'all see that? Usually your networking devices, your router or your gateway is gonna be the first one, 1.1. I can click on it, double click on it. All right, tells me that port 80 is open. And then I could put comments in here that I want and say, oh, that's my router. Keeps going down. Who has seen that their router is the first address listed? All right, I see Brian, Charles. I don't see everybody yet. Okay, Elaine, Mike, Mr. T has. Jesus, what about you? Jesus, you there? Oh, do you see? He must be on the phone. Martin, do you see your IP address? Okay, cool. Leah? Oh, she's deep into it. Look at her. She's about to hack somebody. All right. So then as we go down, I see some more. Let's see what this is. So, but the cool thing about here, you see this right here? Tells me the ports that are open, 80 and 443. What type of server do you think that is if I see 80 and 443 open? Yep, HTTP, HTTPS belongs to what server? What type of server? Web, yes. TCP traffic, web server, because that's HTTP, HTTPS. Or it could be a port that is configured only to handle web traffic requests. May not just be a server, it might just be a designated port everything's going through on that host, right? That's good port security. So if I double click on here, saying it's pinging, see if it tells me anything else. But if I was a hacker, I'd keep my eye on that computer. I'd document that. .113 just has port 80. Now, do you mean to tell me I just found a vulnerability on my network? What did I find? Unsecure port. Somebody's using it. So you mean to tell me if I pulled up Wireshark and I tapped the line and said, I want everything to watch .113, would I get some favorable results during the day? I might see some stuff, right? Heck yeah. But what I could do is just record the conversation. Go back. I could record it. Let's say I want to designate 1 gig toward recording traffic for that computer. Once it hits 1 gig, it'll stop recording. I can just go back and replay it and see what I found. Wouldn't that be cool? So I'm making a note of that. I'm saying, look at this. Unsecure. Use Wireshark. So I'm telling myself, yeah, I want to go back and look at that. All right. Next. This mine right here. Okay, the ping came back 1902. Is that good or bad? Bad, yeah. Charles says 116 is, yes, it's slow, so could just be some perimeter routers or whatnot. I don't know yet. I'm looking for more open ports. Okay, I'm good in that range. All right. Now here, I could hit up IP, and then now I could look for specific things to look for if I want. I could change my adapters that I want to listen on and see what else is connected to me. I could do random IP ranges. Again, here, I can do some fetchers. Do I want to ping? Do I want it by host name and ports? I could add more stuff. I want MAC addresses. I want filtered ports. Let's rescan. Well, what do you know? I'm getting more telemetry. Now, if you did this for your house, you just found out every MAC address for every device on your local area network at your house without going into that device. We use the smart TV as an example, right? We would have to go in there and figure out what the MAC address is and all that. Well, it's broadcasting it, so it's right here. I just snatched it out of the air. I got it right here. I just associated it to where it might be. Got the MAC address for this device, and here's the cool thing. Oh, that's a server. Bingo. Bingo. Right there. Port 8080 is anytime you see 8,000 ports, I'm helping you because you might see this on the Net Plus exam. Anytime you see 8,000 ports, like 8,000, 80, yeah, that's a server. Okay? That's a server. There's the MAC address of the server. There's the IP address of the server. And here's the open ports. That's a web server. It's either redirecting traffic, but it's redirecting HTTP. I'm definitely, as a hacker, interested in that one. Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing. You got a roommate trying to figure out what they're doing online or whatever, get their MAC address, you can MAC filter. Boom. They don't even know you filtered them. Blocked them off the internet. That was deceitful. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we gather all of this information. What if, okay, question for y'all. I've been doing a lot of talking. Type in the chat, how many devices have y'all found on your home network active right now? And it shows the open ports. Just how many? How many devices you see? If you're running this. I'm interested. Your very first address should be your gateway. Oh, Kevin says, James, where the heck do these ports actually reside? I think the port in thin air, Ethernet port, USB port, what constitutes an actual port? Anything that can transmit and receive traffic. We're looking at a network interface card. We're looking at a USB port that may be relaying information. But we're looking at hard ports. We're looking at things that can transmit and receive TCP, UDP, those ports. Okay? Those are the alive ports. Okay? Michael says 6 for him. Aaliyah has 5 and 2. Mr. T has 6 and 1. So this is very cool. Now I could go back here and do, let's say this. Let me do a /26. Okay? I'm interested to see. How many devices on the /26? How many available addresses on, well, how many total IP addresses on the /26?
It's like 128.
Brian says 2. Kevin says, so you meant to say that they are things that magically exist in the fake world of 65,000 ports? They just magically come up with the number. Okay, let me explain what's going on. Let's say right now, Kevin, you're multitasking. Okay, thanks, Leah, 64. You're on Zoom. As soon as you started that first, you start making your sandwich, it assigns it a port. If it's not a designated port by manufacturer, if it's in that list, it'll give it that port number because now it is a task. The minute you check your email, another task starts, port gets assigned, port number, right? This is all multitasking. So, we'll say, what a computer can even eat 65,000? Yes, it can. 65,532. If you have enough processing power and enough speed and bandwidth to handle the traffic, you can handle 65,532 jobs at one time. Okay? It assigns a port number by priority of the job you requested. So it'll go out sequentially. Port number 4062. That's for Zoom. Port number 4063. That's for him checking his email. Port number, you get what I'm saying? So when it goes out and comes back in, it knows what task to assign it to because it knows what port number it assigned it. Does that make sense? So I can essentially open 65,000 web pages on a browser if I had enough computing power and RAM. Yeah, go ahead though. Yeah, you can. All these different tasks. If you open up 65,000 different web requests at the same time. You're searching cats, then dogs, then lizards, then goats, then snakes, then eagles, then, you get what I'm saying? It'll just sequentially give you those port numbers to do that. Aaliyah says, how do you fix the vulnerability you found on the network? Well, I'm glad you asked that. So now, I will then go to the MITRE attack framework. The MITRE attack framework will now tell you how to fix your vulnerability. No problem, Martin. So, just like I found, what did I find, Leo, on mine? What was it? Oh, so I don't have to bounce back. Port 80, right? So now I have an unsecure port 80. So now I'm gonna go in here and say, okay, what did we find? Reconnaissance. Didn't we do angry IP? Is that a recon tool? Okay, cool. So we look here, active scanning, gathering victim host information, phishing, source close. Okay, then I go, well, let's see. What do I pick? I don't know. Let's try up here first so I get a more. What if I want to target it? Let's see what I could do, right? Open port 80. Network discovery. Oh, enterprise. Let's see what that says. In network, we just did a discovery. Now I'm saying here's some things that were used against port 80 in network scanning, all in here. Network sniffing, that's what we just did. We'll scroll down. How do I mitigate, meaning fix, an open port that is unsecure? So now I click on here, disable or remove a program, network intrusion prevention, and I can do what they call network segmentation. All right. So in here, I want to do network intrusion prevention. Use network intrusion detection prevention system to detect and remote server scans. Okay, boom. So let's go here. And now what it's going to do, it's going to tell me some different things on how to shore that up. How do I fix it? Okay. Restrict file and directory permissions, restrict registry, restrict programs, implement SSL TLS, have a lot of different things that we can do. I got that just by doing a search, but what if I just wanted to go back down the list and said I did an active scan? Let's see what that has to do. This techniques can be easily mitigated to prevent controls used in role-based behaviors, performance outside of the scope, defenses, and it says, okay, let's see what we can do. Detection, we did it by network traffic or some kind of protocol, mobile and enterprise, and let's see if it comes down here and tells us how to fix it. These are a lot of different things that you could do. Network traffic, that's packet capture for Wireshark. Remember I said I could sniff the traffic on that port now? Mm-hmm. So I can use a PCAP scanner, look for what's in there, use Wireshark, Zeek, or the different things to look and see what's on there. Do some host-based collection. Do some active scanning, block some scanning. What can I do to block scans? Now this is what's going to happen. Since I just got MAC addresses, people can now do what they call DHCP spoofing or MAC address spoofing. Once they get your MAC address on the inside of a network, they can act like you and replay that traffic to a server, which is pretty dangerous. So you would go through these and just go down the list and see what applies to you and then apply that fix. Make sense? So the MITRE attack framework. Over here, you can say what it is. I don't want mobile, I want enterprise. Every fix for enterprise. What can I do? What can I do to harden my computer? So it's a pretty neat tool. This is what the enemies are using too. We're using the same playbooks they're using. All right. So back here, let's say I want to do a /26, 600 and some odd devices. Ooh, what if I wanted to change the range? 10.60.0.0 to 255 to 255. Let her rip. I'm waiting to see what else is going to pop up. Got some action. Okay, there's the Meraki. Okay, there's the server again. There's my computer because it's blue. That's the host computer running the scan. It's just going to keep going until it gives me the results. So this is a very low impact, something you could do if you got inside your doctor's office and say, hey, what's the Wi-Fi password? You have this on a laptop computer, you can sit in your doctor's office, run a scan. I'm not saying do that because that's illegal. You can't hack other networks without permission. But if you just want to do a scan of the network, you can find out where the server's address is, their MAC addresses, collect all that information, and yeah, you can sell that information. I'm not promoting selling it. I'm just saying this is what the bad people do on the dark web. Okay? Kevin says, my question remains good, sir. I am truly confused by that. Oh, by what? By the ports? Probably faster to unmute, Kevin, so I can understand your question more.
I've got it in the chat. It's about the overwrite request. Like, I do this search, this search, this search, this search. How far does it actually log it before it starts overwriting what my initial searches were? And does it overwrite my initial searches, or does it just keep it in an ever-long database?
You could keep it in a database. Let's say you set aside 1 gig for watching traffic, right? You can set it where it goes to 1 gig and stops. Period.
So let's say I like A through D hits my max. I search A, B, C, D, and now I want to search E. What happens when I want to search E if that exceeds my max? Does A go away, or does it just randomly say something in your A through D is going to go away, and we're just going to override it?
It'll just overwrite it. So you could set it to overwrite, or you could set it to actually stop. You're just reporting.
Can I choose what it overwrites, or does it just say, I need to find space, I'm going to take over something?
It just takes over. So let's say this is what you won't want to do. Kevin wants to watch traffic on my computer, coming out of my thing, going to the network, my PC going to the network. You set up a wiretap or Wireshark to watch. You let it go. Boom. You go home. You go to the gym. You come back in the morning. It hit 1 gig. I set it to stop. I didn't set it to overwrite. I said stop. I just want to see what you're doing on your shift. During that, I set the parameters of what I wanted to see. File just stops writing. It saves it. I go into my PCAP file. There it is. I gave it a file name. I just go back and watch it. Now from there, I could filter whatever I want. So the key is get everything you need, go back and filter only what you want. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess the secondary question would be, let's say I have a 10 gigabyte movie, and I have a 7 gigabyte hard drive, and I say, put this on there. Is there a way that it organizes it, or does it just throw what it can in, and because it can't fit the whole thing in, it can't piece it together anymore, because it just kind of takes frame by frame, and as long as I have enough space, it will have the room to put it back together. But if I don't have enough space, it just kind of says, we got a lot of information, you just can't read it because we don't know how to organize it.
Oh no, you'll be able to read it.
That makes sense.
You'll be able to read it because you'll see it in a GUI. It's a direct mirror.
So does it go chronologically then?
Yep. So like what you're seeing here on the screen, all of this will record as we're seeing it real time. It's like a DVR.
So if I recorded this conversation and I was like, I'm going to go back to minute 12, it's going to take me right back there because it knows this is where we are. So ultimately, does that mean that when any information is copied, is it using that synchronous time and saying, hey, this is when we're putting this right in there? So even if I'm watching it 100 years later, it knows at this point in time, this second was this second was this. So that synchronous time is actually synchronizing the information to be put back into order. So whenever I want to watch it, it's going to be in order of what I'm requesting.
Yes.
And that's what the clock kind of does, is it kind of just puts a little tag on each bit of information that comes through. And it says, hey, you're number one, you're number two, you're number three. In 100 years, somebody comes back looking for you and they find and they're missing number three. They can track it down, pop it right back in there, and they're going to have a seamless stream.
Well, that's the thing. If it's not in the conversation, you can't track it down.
So you have to have the timing, the synchronous timing to, that's what actually allows us to rebuild everything into the correct order.
Yep.
Because, I mean, we could watch a TV show and you could throw, even if it broke it down into 15 parts, you could just throw each 15 parts in random spots and be like, oh, that's the show. The synchronous timing says, this piece goes here, this piece goes here, and it sets it up into the correct orientation. So you get the information in the order it was intended to be received.
Yes.
That makes sense.
So when we record a conversation, it's like I'm recording the Matrix. If I'm recording the Matrix on a DVR and I only have 1 gig left, but it's a 10 gig movie, what's going to happen? It's only going to record to my space available and it's going to stop recording. I'm going to go back and it's only going to take me to when Morpheus says, you can take the red pill or you could take... Where's the rest of the movie? It's gone. It's gone.
Yeah.
Well, I only had a gig available. It only recorded up to what was available. I could replay that all day. Let's say if it's recording traffic, right? You're only getting what you're recording. Let's say it's recording traffic. And then somewhere in the movie, Netflix servers went down and it says Trinity.
Oh, he gone.
APOC. Wait a minute. 5 minutes of the movie disappeared. Where did it go? Right? It's only going to record what it sees at the time. You get what I'm saying? So just like Kevin's going right now, we got a blank recording. Right? When he pops back in, it's still going to record up until a gig. It's still going to have everything where it's supposed to be. We're just missing a lot of stuff. Right? So that's what's happening. Did you get that, Kevin?
I got that, and that leads me to my next question. I should be sending you like a constant signal so you can see me. I disappear, but I can still get you. And I heard everything you had to say. You specifically said that I was gone.
Yep.
When I was gone, even though I couldn't respond to it. So how does that switch work?
Okay, this is what happens. I'm the client. I'm talking to you. We did TCP traffic, send, SYNAC, ACK. Session layer, established connection. Transport layer started to move stuff, but you disappeared. Yes, it will keep going. It'll keep writing.
But you UDP'd and just kept going.
It just kept going. I don't care if you're there or not. I'm still sending it. Now, if it's TCP traffic,
I received it. I couldn't respond. So that's like what would cause it to where my system can't respond, but I can still receive? Why would it be able to do one but not the other? If that makes sense. Like, why can I receive information but not send information at the same time?
Well, at the same time, you're still, who says you received it?
I heard you. You kept going.
Right.
I got no gaps in you. So it seems like, and on my side, it feels like there was no interruption. But watching the screen going to you guys, I saw the interruption where I disappeared for a minute.
Yeah.
So how does it interrupt one side of it but not the other?
Well, here's one thing that you can implement: caching.
Is that the buffering?
That's the buffering.
Is that what caching is? Is it?
Cache, yes.
That makes it so much simpler. They should have just said that day one.
So you can increase your buffer, your cache. So when you're not there, Kevin, it's still being cached. When
So
you pop back up with a live connection,
So if I increase my cache, that gives me more seconds of my internet goes down for 3 seconds. If my cache is at 1 second, I'm gonna get some lag. But if my cache is at 5 seconds, I won't even notice it necessarily, other than that quick snap, and it goes back to where we're at.
yeah, I got a great example for you. I got a great
God,
example.
I'd love it.
Watch this. This will make sense. Remember when they used to have live TV? Remember live TV before it was like digital?
We couldn't afford a TV, so no.
Okay, so let's say it was the Super Bowl in 1992 or 1990. It's live on TV, right? It's somebody streaking across the field, right? Back then, you saw it live. They tell the TV cameras, don't focus on the naked man running, turn the camera. We got kids at home. Is it still live? Because the camera's still on, or they'll break and say, well, apparently we've got they're handling it. We're still here, right? Mm-hmm. You know what they do for live TV now? They buffer it. So if you have crazy things that happen on live TV, God forbid in history, we have had a lot of live TV events that did not work out well.
So
the network knows you're behind.
They keep it just a few seconds behind so they can
cut the feed.
No Janet Jackson situations.
Right. They can see it before you see it, they saw it. The people in the stadium saw it. You didn't see it at home. They saw it live, but they delayed the broadcast.
So with that, they try to keep it as close to actual timing as possible, but while also being able to have a little bit of a modicum of being able to edit.
Correct.
Even if editing is just turning the camera off.
Correct. That's on purpose.
Okay, so they do put a delay built into it so they can edit on the spot. So is that kind of how live TV works now?
Yes.
Somebody does something stupid and they stop them. They can say it's stupid, but the people behind the camera will say, nope, that's not going out. That's too dumb. We're not going to send that out because they give themselves a little buffer time.
Yeah, how do you think replays in games happen so fast? Asia Wilson just did a layup, but funny, you got a replay that's like right there.
That's the thing that's crazy to me. I don't understand how they can do it so fast.
Yeah, that's why it's delayed. It's going through something. They're pre-recording it, chopping it, and then as she's doing it, they're already playing it.
So they're processing as they're even bringing in the information. And is there a system that they use for that we need to know about? Or do we didn't know?
Not on the TV broadcasting side.
They doing their thing. That's beyond us.
That's beyond me.
That's the TV world, not the IT world.
Correct.
That works for me.
Yep. So hopefully that shed a little light.
No, it does. It definitely clears some things up because I was kind of confused about it all.
Now, this is how all this can be used against you. Now, we just noticed a vulnerability at one port, 80 being open, unsecured. If I use Wireshark, tapped the line of that computer, recorded that conversation, if I'm that fast and that good, I'm taking all the data I've taken, I brought it up in the packets, I brought it up. There is an editor you can bring up and go inside of a packet and change things, repackage it and put it back on the internet. But if your IT is good enough and you have Kerberos and all these different things, it will catch, here we go, Kevin. It'll catch the delay of the packets coming and cut your connection. Because the timestamp and the ticket does not match. Now you get it?
Cutting the connection is the quickest way to make sure they don't display what they don't want. They can cut, transfer to something else that's got a different image to replace it. That
Correct.
makes sense.
Now that should bring it all together.
You've got 15 angles, and one picks up something bad. You've got those other 15. Be like, shut that thing off. We will figure it out over here on the 15.
Exactly.
We can get an angle that looks nice.
Exactly.
Now that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yep.
So ultimately, everything that we do is everything in IT is how can we make things better, but also have a plan to shut it down instantly.
Hopefully.
We need to be able to be very quick about, you don't like this, we're going to shut it down, we're going to swap it over to this one, don't even worry about it. So what would that transition be like? I don't like this protocol that's happening, and I'm going there. What would that protocol be where we just shut something down instantly because we don't like it?
Now you're looking at stuff that's live feed. You might want to introduce...
That's beyond what we're in right now.
Yeah, now you're introducing AI, scrubbing traffic.
Let's not fill my brain with stuff, because my brain is a very small capacity, so it doesn't need extras.
Yeah, so that's higher. That's more in the stratosphere of cybersecurity.
That's cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're in network security right now.
No, we're in Network Plus.
Which is different than network security? Oh, God.
We're learning to put networks together.
James, you're breaking me today, bud.
You're already in CYSA.
I'm so broken, sir.
But, hey, no problem with that. Love the question. Because guaranteed somebody else is thinking it.
And I know it's going to come up at some point.
It's going to come up at some point, so we might as well, you know my motto, might as well talk about it while we're here, because it's going to come up. So, Charles says, I'm also fairly convinced that during football games, the announcers are a few seconds ahead of... Yeah, they are. They are definitely. Or it's scripted.
Yeah, TiVo. What about TiVo?
Oh, TiVo was the first DVR. Like commercial DVR for people to buy. It's always been there for us to use the DVR. All right, so it's new. We're beginning. What is the difference between Net Plus and CCNA is proprietary. They have created a lot of these protocols and uses on the internet, right? And they could sue the heck out of you if you try to claim you made it. That is the difference. Net Plus takes network industry standards, using examples of different companies and what they have provided in order for you to do your job. Totally different. Yes, that's why Cisco has the courses on CCNA and security. Yeah. These are all great questions. I love them. Sorry I couldn't answer you one about the TV technology. I have no freaking clue. Charles says, I had a friend that had TiVo when I was a kid and laughed at it because I thought it wasn't worth the money. Yeah, now everybody has DVR. Hulu, I can have it for a year. I can record up to how much I want for a year. Leah says, which is more valuable? What you mean, Leah? It's between CCNA and Net Plus? Depends on what job you apply for. You want my opinion? Net Plus. You want to know why? Because you're teaching me network standards I can take anywhere. Doesn't Cisco still use the same standards that Net Plus teach?
Yeah, the basics.
If I'm hooking up Juniper networks, they use the same protocols. We all use the same ports, protocols, and traffic tagging. The only thing that changes is their proprietary language on how they talk about stuff, which is the same as what you're learning. They just changed the words. My favorite channel is Commercial Plus on the Roku.
Remember this, Charles.
24/7 commercials from the 80s and 70s. I must diverge into that channel this weekend. Yes. Yes. These are all great questions. So now, Kevin, to wrap it up, to come back, all this traffic we recorded, if I'm a hacker, I want to make sure I replay it as quick as I can to gain access to a server impersonating myself as your computer.
When you say replay, do you mean it runs a system that just blasts through all those codes?
Well,
what do
all
you
it
mean
does
by
is
replay?
it's like replaying a voicemail. I'm replaying the traffic as I see it, trying to assume your computer's identity, hoping the server will talk back to me, and I'm in.
So I know you showed your symbol is blue. That designated your computer.
Correct.
What are all these red ones?
Those are ones that are
those
offline.
Just internet sites that you went to at some point in time?
Nope.
Or are they things that you're connected to right at this moment?
These are computers in the IP address range that are not turned on. They're not assigned to anybody. It's not giving me any telemetry. See up here, I scanned a whole range. So by number, it's looking to see if there's a live host there. It's turned on.
If you got a port-to-port connection or something to anything.
Yep.
And it's just saying, you've got none of these connections. Your little blue dot says, this is your computer, and that's that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Elaine says, so they randomly exist? What randomly exists?
The IPs.
IPs?
Yeah.
Oh, no, sir. I specifically put in a range to see if any host has that address.
Okay. Okay.
I could do this. 10.1, 1060.1 to 60.0. I just want to see out of these 20 IP addresses, is there anything sitting there? See that?
No.
Nothing there. Nothing to see.
Nothing. Blank. Oh, okay. Now we got it filled out. It is in red.
Yeah, see, what we're doing is...
Red means nothing.
Yeah, we're doing network reconnaissance. We're trying to see what's sitting where. I got a hit on IP address 113. There is a web server there, redirect. That's my gold mine. That's where I would target. You see what I'm saying?
If you were to hit something, quote unquote, hit something, what would happen on this screen?
Meaning...
Like, would
you mean
would you get a blue dot? Like, and what are you looking for with this screen?
I'm doing reconnaissance to see if there's any valuable targets for me on this network. And I found one.
Targets, you mean what?
Web servers, things that have open ports, 80, 443, FTP, 2021.
Things that are vulnerable to...
Vulnerable, that I can exploit.
Computerized attacks, essentially. Okay, so these guys, they're secure.
Well, these aren't even on. There's nobody living there.
They're all red. They say, don't even touch us.
No, they're all red.
They exist?
There's nobody there.
Exist?
There's nobody at home.
So if they're red, they don't exist?
The IP range exists. Nobody's at home. Nobody's using them.
Oh, they're not assigned?
Is that because nobody's actually using them, or because they have an encryption saying, hey, we're going to just hide ourselves?
No, they're not there. I'm knocking at the door on an empty house that's not been sold yet. There's nobody there.
They're not.
Okay, so there's no way to hide yourself in this aspect.
You actually can.
But that's beyond what we're at right now.
Nope, it's right where we're at right now.
Oh, sure.
What you... We covered it yesterday, but I'll bring it to your remembrance. You want to go into your NIC card? Go into your NIC card, click on ICMP deny request, meaning if somebody tries to ping me,
But you mean you could just tell your card to say, shut up, I'm not
Yes.
answering your call?
Yep. You'll get this. They'll get this.
And when they hit this, with all the red, there's nothing they can do with it.
They don't know what it is.
Shut out.
They have no clue what it is because there's an asterisk. That's like me doing, see, I'm glad thank you. This is the stuff we need to be talking about.
So this is like when somebody scam calls me and they ask for my name, I can either say F you and then hang up, or I can say, yeah, my name is Kevin Smith.
Or you can just pick up the phone and be quiet.
Which I've learned, and I've been using a very, very distinct accent that people are not fond of. They hang up on me all the time now.
But with ICMP request deny, you say nothing. Your computer is not saying anything.
So it just not even like a response of I can't talk. It just
see it. What happened on number 3? What happened on number 3?
You hit a wall essentially.
It skipped over it. It says something is there, but it's not responding to me. It skips over it.
Mm.
So it sees a wall. It's just got to hit it. Then hop over it.
Hop over it. Because around. Guess what it is? It's a router. They're hopping over it. They know it's there, but it's not telling them anything, but they have to keep going. But
it's your best bet is to not give that information out. So
that's good network security.
This is the route you want to go, is go ahead and put all your power into trying to dig for this information, because that information is not ever going to be there. Is putting the information in a different spot sneaky or dumb?
It's great.
Like if you give them a route to it, that seems dumb, but maybe you just never give the information at all.
Correct. That's why you will configure interfaces to directly talk or give them permission through the what? The access control list? AKA a what?
Master
firewall.
Control list. Oh, firewall. That's a better answer to you. Dang it.
You want to give them direct permission through your network to get what they want, and nobody is the wiser.
And if you're the one giving the information, you're the one who controls anybody into your system. Okay. So you never, at any point, you never have to have just an open system where somebody can email you and just drill into your system. You can say, no, you can go through my website, you can get the client verification, and then you can email me, and then that way you have some control protocols before somebody can actually contact you. And maybe I'm tripping.
No, here's the example.
But it seems kind of like that's how it goes. That's why they have that initial protocol of you can't reach out right to us. You have to go through this email address. And they always have this weird email address where there's like a security protocol with it.
Yeah. So look at the example in the chat. Let's say you wanted to do a web request from a web server. Comes in on port 443. If I'm watching traffic, behind the scenes, I let you come in on, if you came to my server on the port you're supposed to be coming in on, I'm doing this. Go to 5110. So if anybody is looking for open ports on my network, they're going to see 5110. It reroutes it on a map. There you go.
Oh.
It masks it. So if you're trying to do angry IP on my network, you're going to see a port open that says 5110 because 440 is closed. I pointed you somewhere else. I'm hiding in plain sight. I want you to come in on a specific port so I can be low key. Now you see how it's doing it? That's how port forwarding is amazing. You can hide yourself behind other ports instead of using designated ports or the common ports.
So essentially those ports are bodyguards.
Correct.
Where you're like, yeah, I'm going to hang out at 443. I don't really feel like getting somebody punching me in the face. So, yeah, 510, you take care of this.
Correct.
They just kind of, they get the initial part, and it might go forward to you, but at least now you know somebody's coming to punch you.
Correct.
So you can prepare yourself for what's coming, or can you just request or deny it altogether?
I can.
So you're telling me on the backup port, you just have full freedom to do whatever you want.
Yep, I can even forward the backup port to another port.
Can I send it back to the first port and make that person punch themselves in the face? I'm just kidding, obviously. But how does that work? Like, how do I redirect the port to port to port? How do I know what port is acceptable? Because there's 65,000 ports. That's a lot of ports.
You can use any port you want.
And I just choose a port?
Yep.
I can't just I can't say, I'm going to use port 80. Because port 80 is kind of like accepted already as a port.
Right. So you want to stay off the common path. You want to
So
stay
I
off the
gotta
yellow
go
brick road.
port 1080 because it's above 1,000.
Yeah. Stay off the yellow brick road.
So basically, I want to beat you up, but I don't want my friends to know. So I got to go above 1,000, but under 5,000.
Yep. See what Mr. Teacher's type? Go to path of least resistance. Lay low. Stay off the common road of ports.
This will be new for me.
Yeah.
Path of least resistance.
But guess what, Kev? You know what I see going off? I see your light bulb on your head getting bright.
It's things are clicking.
Now they're clicking.
They are.
That's the whole point of this while we talk about it.
And that's why I don't mind saying things that might not be smart. It's okay to be dumb.
It's okay.
Because they answer the questions.
It's okay. You're amongst family up in here.
You're welcome, friends. I will do that for you. Text me, I will say the dumb stuff for you.
Look what Mr. T said. He's got the brain firing on all cylinders.
It really is.
But you know what? It's cool. I'm good with it. I know everybody.
I'm really feeling more confident just from the last 10 minutes of conversation.
There you go. We're going to get into firewalls next week, and we got to configure some firewalls, so you'll really see how it works.
Should I bring an extinguisher?
Yes.
Okay, you got
Class
it.
C. Class C.
I'm doing Class D. This is electrical up here. Yeah, we're going to need some fire extinguishers.
Oh my gosh, you guys are funny.
Yeah.
All right, Aaliyah's got one. Does
Aaliyah, thank you for bringing us back on track, girl.
Does ICMP, but great stuff, Kevin. Does ICMP deny or block trace cert? Oh, good question. It blocks all ICMP commands.
No.
Yes, ICMP block. Think about it. What are all your call and response commands that you do at the terminal? Meaning, Marco, and then you're over here, Polo.
Yeah.
List them. What are all your commands? It tells you something when you type it. It brings telemetry back to you. It answers your request. What are the commands? Ping, tracer, NS lookup, dig. Right? What's some more? NetStat. What about Nmap? Network mapping. It's just like Angry IP. It tells you all the computers on your network, open ports, and what applications sit on those ports that are being used. Those are call and response commands. Hi, sir. Did I tell you to look at me recruit? No, sir. Yeah, ICMP. right? But I've never known anybody to tell a drill instructor to shut up and lift. All right, there you go. Me neither. This is good stuff. Elaine says, but if ping doesn't get a response, then we go through the list of command. Yes, because you can turn off a response. It'll just say packet never comes back. There's no round trip. 4 packets went out, none came back. Okay, before we go to break, let me blow your mind. I'm gonna say one thing. What if I set up an IP address on my network for every ICMP command that came in? It didn't tell you anything. It just went into a dark, deep hole called a sinkhole. You can do that. So you'll see this on the exam. So might as well, we're here already. Let's talk about it now. You can set up a sinkhole, an IP address that absorbs traffic and gives no response. You can set that up on your network. Kevin, you can do port forwarding and it dumps it to that IP address, never to be answered ever. Yes. How are companies troubleshooting without ICMP? They're not. Now you can do that. You can stop an internal. Now you got to think about it. I don't want to stop this conversation and go to break to do this. We need to answer these questions while they're fresh.
Yeah.
And I know y'all agree with this.
Yep.
This is how you do it, Elaine. You have what they call a network admin card. If you hold this card in the Active Directory, that's where I give you rights and permissions to do what you need to do your job. All right? Mr. T is a regular user. He's going to get blocked out of it. He couldn't do an ICPM request if he wanted to because I'm going to block him. But you as an admin in the admin security group, I will allow you to do ICMP commands and the devices know that they can respond to you.
Oh, okay.
That's how you do it. Security groups and permissions, separate. You're a power user. Mr. T at this point in his career is just a regular user. He just got hired last week. He has no reason to do an ICMP command.
Yeah.
So we block him. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
Great questions. That was a lesson in itself, just asking questions. We covered probably the next couple of days of lessons that are coming up just by answering these questions. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. T says, yeah, it's like a honeypot. Yep. Sinkholes. All right, let's take a break. Let's do 15 minutes. See you in 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
We have a subnet 10.10.10.0/24. There's another subnet between router 1 and router 2 that is the 10.10.40 network. And then another subnet between router 1 and router 3, that's the 10.10.50 subnet. Those three subnets are directly connected to router 1. So if we were to look at the routing table for router 1, it would see the route for 10.10.10.0/24, 10.10.40.0/24, and 10.10.50.0/24, and all of those networks are locally connected to this router. The problem occurs if Sam would like to communicate to Jack. Although router 1 knows about the local networks, it has no idea that there are more networks on the other side of router 2 and of router 3. And those particular networks of 10.10.20.0/24 and 10.10.30.0/24 are nowhere in this routing table. This means if Sam wants to send traffic to Jack, Sam will put this packet out on the network. It gets to router 1. Router 1 examines the destination IP address of 10.10.20.2 and then looks through its table and realizes there is no 10.10.20 network in the routing table, and the packet is discarded and never makes its way down the network. One way that we can create a more complete routing table is to build it ourselves. This administrative creation of a routing table is referred to as static routing. And if you would like to build static routes as the administrator of your routers, then you will manually be configuring these routes inside of every router that you use. Static routing is a very quick way to configure a route inside of the router, and if you're managing a smaller network, this might be a perfectly reasonable way to manage where the routes might be. Because we're static routing, there's no overhead that you would normally see from a dynamic routing protocol. We'll talk about dynamic routing in a future video. So there's no CPU cycles, there's no memory usage. We are simply adding the route ourselves. We don't have to do any additional processing to the routing table from there. This is very common for remote locations where you might have a single internet connection into that remote site, and all communication takes place over that single connection. We often refer to these as stub networks. And because we don't have to worry about any type of dynamic routing updates or having any changes to the router configuration because of those updates, this is a relatively secure form of routing. However, this can be challenging to configure on larger networks. Configuring a handful of routers with their own static routes is relatively straightforward. But if you're managing hundreds or thousands of routers, manually configuring a static route in each of those routers can take quite a bit of time. This also relies on you adding the correct routes to every router. There have been times when I've configured static routes and I've set up my own routing loop within my network because of a misconfiguration. And as the name implies, these routes are static. They don't change once you've configured them. So if there are changes to your network, you'll need to manually log into your routers and make those configuration updates to the routing table that match the changes to your network. This also means that there is no automatic rerouting if something happens on your network. You will need to manually configure these routes if anything needs to be routed in a different direction. So let's configure some static routes for router 1. We know that we have our 3 locally connected routes, but we also have these additional 2 routes, one that's behind router 2 and one that's behind router 3. This will be the 10.10.20 network and the 10.10.30 network. So we might SSH into router 1, and at the command line, we would begin to add additional static routes. For example, we might tell router 1 that if it receives any packet coming through with a destination IP address that matches the range of 10.10.20.0/24, then send that particular packet to 10.10.40.2. So if the packet does come through with that destination that needs to go to the local network that Jack is connected to, it will send all of that traffic to the IP address 10.10.40.2, which is located on router 2. At that point, router 2 will examine its own routing table and know that the 10.10.20 network is locally connected and send that packet on its way. We can do the same thing with the 10.10.30.0 network, so we will manually configure a static route that if any destination traffic is going to 10.10.30.0/24, it sends all of that traffic to 10.10.50.2, which means all of that traffic will go to router 3. Now that we've configured those static routes in router 1 anytime those additional networks are seen as a destination IP address. Router 1 will know exactly where to send that traffic.
I would describe Underline as fast, affordable, and incredibly fast, very reliable, zero lag.
That's kind of fast.
Consistent, fast, simple, no brainer.
I've definitely been laughed at, mocked. People are like, that's a scam.
Generally, ranters are one of the more skeptical groups.
You start actually questioning yourself, is this really legitimate?
I was cautiously pessimistic about it at first.
But then you start reading and you start educating yourself with trusted sources.
With crypto, you can have instantaneous transactions. You can transact 24 hours a day.
It gives me so much more autonomy over my own finances. Less fees, more transparency. It's sustainable, it is equitable, and it's fast.
You can interact directly on the blockchain, exchange items of value much more easily.
It offers you access 24 hours a day.
It's my money, I have access to it, and I can do whatever I want with it. Whether that's invest, pay somebody, or just use it as retirement. And this technology really can be used for good.
Static routing requires the network administrator manually configure every route on every router in the organization. If you have 3 or 4 routers, that might not be a big problem. But if you have tens or even hundreds of routers, you might want to have a more automated way for configuring your routing tables. One way to do that is through the process of dynamic routing. Dynamic routing will have the routers handle this process for you, automatically discover these routes, and update each other as to where the best route might be. This means that you as the network administrator don't have to do any type of static route configuration. You don't have
Okay,
to
everybody, welcome back from
router
Brizzy.
configuration changes or update those routes if anything changes with your network infrastructure. Anytime
Okay.
you bring a new router online, all of the other routers.
So in the chat, I put in there phrase to deny ICMP any. So when we go to firewall rules, we have to make sure we say any device on any port from any IP address, we can deny traffic. Now, can we go to the access control list, aka the firewall, and now we can allow IPs or certain MACs to talk, right? Or people. So we can do that. Next, since we had this conversation, we're going to get to this anyway next week, so might as well get to it today and finish this day lesson off with this one video. Since we were talking about, and Kevin brought up a good thing about access denied, port what? We're looking at defense in depth and how you would give folks permission to do things and how you need to verify what they can do on the network. It's a cool little 17-minute video. IBM, here we go.
Size of cyber attacks and data breaches, it's never been more important to make sure that your organization is protected against hackers. This series is about cybersecurity architecture, and we're going to talk about 2 different areas. Fundamentals, where we're going to go through and discover what some of the principles of cybersecurity are that need to be applied to everything that you do. And then the second part is on various cybersecurity domains. Here, we're going to explore how to identify vulnerabilities, implement best practices, and defend against a wide range of cyber threats through an all-encompassing cybersecurity architecture. By the way, I'm an adjunct professor at NC State University, and there I teach a 400-level course on enterprise security architecture. This video series is based upon that course. The bad news is you won't get college credit for watching these videos. The good news is no homework and no exams, so yay. All right, let's get started with cybersecurity fundamentals. All right, we want to start with 5 security principles that you absolutely should do and 1 that you never should do. So stay tuned to the end to find out what that one is. The first one we're going to talk about is this notion of defense in depth. Defense in depth is trying to create an obstacle course, a difficulty for the bad guy. So if we take a look at an old security model, the castle. Well, the castle was designed with thick, tall walls to keep the good guys on the inside and the bad guys on the outside. And it worked pretty well until you realize the good guys sometimes needed to come out. And therefore, we needed to put a door on this thing. Well, the door then became a vulnerability, and so we would try to reinforce it and then maybe put a moat around the whole thing, because that made it even harder. And then the door with a drawbridge. So now we've got a moat, which is harder to cross. We've got the thick, tall walls, and maybe we even added an angry dog here on this side. Something to give a system of security mechanisms, because defense in depth is all about not relying on any single security mechanism to keep the system safe. Now let's move and transition into a modern security example. Here we've got a user who is on a workstation who's going to go across a network to get to a web server, which is going to hit an app server, which is ultimately going to hit a database. Now, what would we do for defense in depth in this example? Well, one thing I might do here is I might add multi-factor authentication. That is a system where I make sure that this user is who they are, because I'm asking them for something they have, something they are, something they know, some combination of those kinds of things. Now, how about over here? I might do, if it's a mobile device or an endpoint of some sort, mobile device management, endpoint device management software that makes sure that the security policy that we have set for the organization is in fact followed on this device. It's got the right patches. It's got a password that's of sufficient length and things like that. We might also add something like an EDR, which is sort of a next generation antivirus, an endpoint detection and response capability to make sure that this platform is secure. Then from a network standpoint, well, I'm going to add in firewalls to keep the web server secure from the outside, and also allows only traffic that I choose to allow to get back to these more sensitive zones. And then for the app server and the web server, I might do some testing, some vulnerability testing on those so that I make sure that those systems are not vulnerable to attack. And then ultimately, I'm going to take the data back here and I'm going to encrypt it, lock it up, put access controls around it. So you can see what I've done here is there's no single security mechanism that is protecting this thing. If any one of these fails, the rest of the system still works. And that's the idea that we're after here. So if you think about it this way, we've got a no single point of failure. We're trying to avoid single points of failure. And we want a system that ultimately, if it fails safe. That's what we're trying to get. And that's what the old model and the new model of securities were designed to do. The second principle we're going to review is the principle of least privilege. Principle of least privilege basically says I'm only going to give access rights to people that need that are authorized and need it in order to do their job and can justify it, and for only as long as they need that access right. For instance, in this example, I've got 3 users. This guy is not really have a business need, so we don't give it to him. The other guys get the access right. They can prove their need. And the other thing is, even for these guys, the clock is ticking. I'm not going to give them this access right in perpetuity forever. We're going to constantly be going back and making sure that they still need that capability. If they don't, we're going to remove it from them as well. Now, another notion in the principle of least privilege is hardening a system. Let's say we've got a web server like this. And the web server, out of the box, default configuration is that it runs HTTP, of course, because we need that in order to do web traffic. But let's say it also turns on an FTP server and an SSH service so that I can log in remotely. Well, there's some things that I might look at and say, okay, do I really need this FTP server? If it turns out I'm not going to use it, I should remove that service entirely. In the SSH, if I'm not planning to use it, remove it entirely. Because every single one of these services is potentially expanding our attack surface and making us more vulnerable. Another example of hardening is to remove all of the unnecessary IDs that are on the system and change the names of the IDs that we do keep from their defaults. So for instance, if the administrator ID on this system out of the box, as it's configured, is admin, let's change that. Let's make it something more specific, and I'll name it after me, or give it some other name. Change all the default passwords. We don't want this thing in just a vanilla configuration, because the bad guys will know what that is and they'll know how to break in. Now, another example is this idea of privilege creep. Let me illustrate that. Let's say there's two people that work for the company, and each one of these are access rights that they have. So this guy is able to do these things. He can do the same things because they perform essentially the same role. Now this guy gets a promotion and a new job and new responsibilities. Well, he goes to the administrator and says, okay, now I'm doing my new job. I need you to add to my capabilities. And these are the things I need. The administrator gives him those and then also says, you know what, just in case, I think you're going to probably need this. Let me give you that as well. That way you won't have to come back and ask again, or come back and bother me is what he really means. And the problem with this is, just in case is just the opposite of principle of least privilege. In fact, what we should be doing is running an annual recertification campaign. At least annual. Some organizations do it more frequently than that. And in research, I go back and look at all of my users and all of their access rights and make sure they still have a justified need. So this person's still doing the same job, still needs all of that, great, they keep it. This guy, though, no longer needs this capability because his new job doesn't require it, so we're taking it away. And this thing that he got just in case, we're taking that away too. So what we're trying to do with the principle of least privilege is to give only the access rights you need for as long as you need them, harden systems, we're going to eliminate privilege creep, and we're going to eliminate the just-in-case principle. Our third principle to keep in mind with cybersecurity is this notion of separation of duties. That is, we won't have any single point of control. In fact, what we're trying to do is force collusion by two bad actors or more than two bad actors in order to compromise the system. But no single person can create the compromise. So an example in the physical world would be if I had two people here and I've got a door with two locks on it. And this guy has a key to this lock and this guy has a key to this lock. And what it is now, if he uses his key to open the door, he still can't open the door. He can't open the door alone. But the two of them together cooperating can, in fact, open the door. So there's no single point of control. Therefore, we have a separation of duties. Now, taking a look at another example here. Let's say in an IT case, here's a requester, and this user wants access to this database. So he's going to ask for that. He's going to send in his request, but then there's an approver who's going to have to take action on it and say yes or no based upon whether we think they should have it or not. Then if they get the approval, then they're given the action that they want. You know, whatever it is, the funds transfer, the access to the database, the package delivered, whatever it happens to be. But notice the point here. This person, the requester, is not the same as the approver. They cannot be the same person. Because if it was, if I could request and approve my own request, then there is no separation of duties. So again, what we're trying to do with this is create a necessary case for collusion, which is hard to do because it's hard for lots of people to work together and keep a good secret. And what we're trying to avoid is this single point of control. The fourth security principle that we're going to talk about is secure by design. In other words, it shouldn't be an afterthought that we put security in. Think of it this way. If you were designing a building in an earthquake zone, you want to make this building able to stand the pressure. So you don't go build the building and then after it's all done, go back and say, now let's make it earthquake proof. No, you want to do that from start to finish, all the way from design through completion. So let's take a look at an IT example. So when we have a project, we will tend to start off with requirement stage. We'll go then into design. We'll code the thing. Then we'll install whatever it is that we've written. Then we'll test it out, and then we'll promote it to production. And then, in theory, we should feed that loop back and continue the continuous development process that way. Well, what we don't want to do is what too many people do in these cases, and they wait until really about this phase to do security. Once it's already out there, security can't just be a bolt-on that you do at the end. In fact, it needs to be something that we're doing throughout, pervasively. We look at the security aspects of the requirements. We build security into the design. We're thinking about secure coding principles all along the path. When we install, we do it on a secure system. We're testing and guarding that test data. And then in production, obviously, we keep testing. So security is something we do throughout But it doesn't begin here. It begins in these phases. That's what we're really looking for here. Now, if you think about another example, let's say, whose job is security? Well, it's really everyone. Here we have a designer, an administrator, and a user. So really, all of them are responsible for security in one way or another. But who does the job begin with? Well, it begins with this guy right here. We need to make sure that he is designing security in. In other words, what we're trying to do is make security start to finish, and we want secure by design means it's secure out of the box. That's the way we'd like it to be. Now, sometimes we're going to have to do some configuration changes to make it more secure, but this is the goal that we're trying to shoot for. Secure by design, secure out of the box. Our fifth security principle is the KISS principle. It stands for Keep It Simple, Stupid. In other words, we don't want to make it harder than necessary because that will make it easier for the bad guys and harder for the good guys. To give you an example, we're trying to create some level of complexity so that it's not easy for the bad guy to get in. But a lot of times the security department will create this complex maze of things that the good guys essentially have to go through. And what happens in that case is I start in here, okay, I log in, now I have to traverse, and eventually I'm like, oh, I'm at a dead end. Okay, maybe let's try this again. You know what? It's too much trouble to do what the security department has asked me to do. I'm just going to subvert this, and I'm going to end up doing it that way, which is, of course, not what we're after. So the lesson here is if we make it harder to do the right thing than it is to do the wrong thing, people are going to do the wrong thing. So we need to be able to make the system secure, but also as simple as possible. So keep it simple, stupid. Here's an example of how we do this in security departments for real. We'll come up with password rules. So we'll say, this is your password, and it equals this. And it's this because we created a complex set of rules that say you have to start with an uppercase, then you follow with a lowercase, then you need a special character, then you need to throw in some numbers, and then you have to have some mixture of upper and lowercase and special characters and all this kind of stuff. And it has to be really long. And by the way, we need lots of these. You're going to have a different one on every system, and I'm going to make you change it on a frequent basis. That's this. That's what the user sees, is a complex maze. And they're going to find a way to do this. And what they're going to do is find one password and write it down and set all their systems equal to the same thing, which is, again, not what we were after. So what we want to do is understand complexity is the enemy of security. So we want to make the system just complex enough to keep the bad guys out, but not so complex that it's hard for the good guys to do what they need to do. For instance, you might have noticed, well, what about defense in depth, which I talked about up here? There might be some conflict in that because there we're trying to set a system of security mechanisms in place to put an obstacle course for the bad guy. We want that obstacle course to be for the bad guy, not for the good guy. All right, now we've gone over 5 security principles that you should always observe. And now the big reveal, the security principle you should never observe, and that is security by obscurity. That is relying on some sort of secret knowledge in order to make the system safe. It turns out that secrecy and security are not the same thing. In fact, what we want is a system that is open and observable. And this guy called Kirchhoff came up with what's now known as Kirchhoff's principle, which basically describes that. He was specifically talking about a crypto system, and he said basically a crypto system should be secure if you know every single thing about it except for the key. In other words, the key is the only secret in the whole system. Now, why would this be an issue? Well, it turns out a lot of people, and you should, whenever you hear this, you should run, not walk, but run away. When you hear somebody say, I've invented a crypto system that's proprietary, and it will take your clear text, you feed it into my algorithm along with a key, and then it will produce from clear text to ciphertext. Okay, great. The problem is this is a black box. I can't see how it's working. And if the individual says it's unbreakable, I've been hacking at it for weeks, months, years, all that means is the inventor couldn't find a way to break it. But that's not the same thing as the whole world, given access, would in fact break this. And in fact, given time, they will, even if it is a black box. History has shown that to be the case. So what we want is not black box security. We want glass box security. So in this case, what we have is the clear text goes into a crypto algorithm, which we understand. It's been published. In fact, if you look at the good crypto algorithms that we rely on today, it's things like AES, the Advanced Encryption Standard, and RSA. These are algorithms that everyone that wants to know how they work can look it up and see. And the secrecy, therefore the security, doesn't come from some secret knowledge of how this thing works. It's able to produce ciphertext from clear text without having to keep this part secret. The only secret is the key, and that's what we want. We do the same kind of things when we talk about secure operating systems or secure applications or things like that. As long as the security is based on secrecy, it's not really something that we can rely on. Thanks for watching. Before you leave, don't forget to hit subscribe.
All right, everybody, thanks for watching that. But the good thing I like about that video, everything we talked about today, and we talk about hardening networks, closing, opening ports, giving permissions to do things on a network, that's the defense in depth. Separating duties so one person doesn't have the whole key to the kingdom. Certificates, all of that is explained in this and then how it all works in a network. So hopefully it gives you more of a broader scope in what we're looking at when you put networks together. It's just like building a car, but you just want to make sure that the whole car works together, right? And there's not one piece that's bringing the whole thing down. So, any questions after that? I think that's a good place to leave it on a Friday. Then we can just pick the rest back up on Monday, but that's a good one. All right. Tell you what, let's, I know we just came back from break. Tell you what, I'll leave it to yourself. Take 10 minutes when you want, but we're going to start just getting into classwork. I'm going to sit here and grade some of the assignments that y'all have submitted for today and stuff. And then I'll start on that. But when you feel led to take a break, go ahead and take one. How about that? All right.
Welcome to Data Crunchers. We're so glad that you accepted our internship position. You'll find this opportunity fast-paced and exciting. We are a freelance consulting firm that provides data analytics services to many different types of organizations. As an intern, you will get to work with our team of data analysts, engineers, and scientists as we help our clients to make sense of their data, find trends, and solve problems. Our team is working on some challenging projects right now in the fields of retail, climate science, and agriculture. So let's get you started working with our data analysts. Data analysts must be familiar with what data is, how it is collected, and how to use visualizations to present the data in an understandable and useful form. Data analytics is changing our world right now while you're watching this video. It is helping us make decisions, navigate through traffic, and even predict the best matchups in your favorite team's lineup. Analytics are enabling us to address challenges that seemed impossible just a short time ago. Every day in the news, there are exciting stories about data-driven innovations in manufacturing, healthcare, space exploration, and many more. Data collected during the COVID-19 pandemic enabled governments and organizations across the globe to track outbreaks and mobilize resources. Taiwan, for example, used their national health insurance and immigration databases to create an outline of travel histories and symptoms of every person that left or entered the country. This type of creative analytical problem solving allowed health professionals to be better prepared to diagnose and identify the disease. In this course, you will learn the basic features and functions of data analytics, how data is collected and where it is stored, how data enables artificial intelligence and machine learning, and you will begin your journey to become a data professional. There are many opportunities to help drive forward these innovations as data analysts, scientists, and engineers. This is a rewarding career with the potential to really make a difference. Join us as we explore what is possible. Through your daily activities, you generate a great amount of data that can be volunteered, observed, or inferred. You volunteer data by filling out forms, posting photos and videos on social media, or consenting to website policies. Organizations also collect data about you through observations, such as your location, stores you frequent, and websites you visit. Your personal style, likes and dislikes, and behavioral habits can even be inferred from your actions. By itself, all this data can be rather meaningless. However, that changes immediately once you apply data analytics to your data. The process of taking data from its raw state and using it to inform useful actions is the realm of data analytics. Through the power of analytics, organizations can use your volunteered, observed, or inferred data to provide you with a personalized experience. collection and analysis of data is making information readily available for many different purposes. We are more connected than ever. In our homes, schools, work, and even the areas in which we play, advancements in technologies are generating large quantities of data. Everywhere you go and everything you do in this digital world becomes a new source of data. Data is being generated from sensors, devices, video, audio, networks, log files, transactional applications, the web, and social media. It is more commonly streaming over the networks and comes in a variety of sizes and formats. Among the uses for data in our daily lives are informing our decision making. From the product recommendations that we see on our shopping sites to performance statistics on athletes to which groceries to stock in the market, our decisions are influenced by the results of data science and AI, identifying the improvements to processes and products. Through the ability to use data collected from product reviews and ratings, manufacturers can modify designs or change their processes to produce and deliver better products to their consumers. Tracking and predicting events. One of the greatest benefits we can realize from analytics is the ability to track, isolate, and even predict events. A network engineer can use a dashboard to isolate areas of slowdown and immediately react to ensure it doesn't cause problems for users. Climate analysts can accurately predict the impacts of weather on all aspects of our economies. Self-driving cars can recognize hazards and take actions to avoid accidents, enabling greater visibility into behaviors. Organizations now have greater visibility into how their products are used, the buying patterns of their customers, and the up-to-date logistical information to manage their lead times. This additional level of visibility enables managers to ensure that the right products are available for their customers in the shortest time possible. Data analysis begins with understanding the types of data you're working with. Data can first be defined as quantitative or qualitative. Qualitative data is descriptive. It is typically represented as text, is non-numerical in nature, and is collected through surveys, questionnaires, interviews, or observations. An example of qualitative data is the reviews that are collected about various products on a shopping site. Quantitative data is numerical in nature. You are trying to quantify information. Quantitative data can further be broken down into discrete and continuous data. Discrete data can only take on certain values, typically whole numbers. Examples of discrete data include a count of transactions processed in a day or the number of people who visit a website each week. Continuous data is measured and can be represented in an infinite number of ways. An example of continuous data could be the average distance traveled by a moving car, which is constantly being updated as the car moves forward. Understanding quantitative versus qualitative data is an initial step, but strong familiarity with all types of data is necessary if you're going to be a versatile analyst.
Hey Kevin, if you got to do that, go ahead. What? We've been trying to put it on. Yeah, yeah, we'll talk about it Monday. We'll come up with a plan.
switch, and all of the devices connected to that switch are in the same broadcast domain. On the right side is a blue network. This blue network is also on its own switch, and all of the devices connected to this switch are on their own broadcast domain. Because there are two separate switches, and these switches are not connected to each other, no one on the red network can communicate directly with anyone on the blue network. One of the challenges with this configuration, however, is that we have two devices on the red network and two devices on the blue network, but you can see that there are 24 interfaces on the front of each of these switches. This means we're running two separate switches with two separate power sources. They're both taking up space within our rack, and we have to manage each of them individually. It would be much more efficient, much easier to manage, and much less expensive if we could have all of these devices reside on the same physical switch. We can do exactly that and continue to provide that separation between the red network and the blue network on the same switch by using a functionality known as virtual local area networks, or VLANs. The red network is still on its own broadcast domain, and the blue network is on its own broadcast domain, but all of these devices are connected to the same switch. We've gone into the switch and defined each interface on the switch as belonging to either the red VLAN or the blue VLAN, and only devices plugged into the blue interfaces would be able to communicate with each other, and only the devices plugged into the red interfaces would be able to communicate with each other. Instead of colors, VLANs are defined by number. So in this switch, we have a VLAN 1, a VLAN 2, and a VLAN 3. We can see that there are devices that are connected to interfaces that are configured for VLAN 1, other devices connected to interfaces that have been configured for VLAN 2, and still other devices that are configured for interfaces that will only communicate on VLAN 3. This becomes a bit of a challenge when you want to connect VLANs across individual switches. For example, you have two switches in this scenario. One of the switches has a VLAN 100 and a VLAN 200, and the other switch also has a VLAN 100 and VLAN 200. We would like for VLAN 100 on one switch to be able to communicate with VLAN 100 on the other switch and perform the same functionality for VLAN 200. Of course, one of the ways we could do this is to simply connect an Ethernet cable between VLAN 200 on both switches and connect another Ethernet cable between VLAN 100 on both switches. You can tell, however, that we're going to run into problems if we want to connect 10, 20, 100, or even 1,000 VLANs across both of these switches. We can't connect 1,000 interfaces across each of these, so instead we should find a way to connect these switches together by using a minimum of physical connectivity. We can do this by implementing a VLAN trunk. This is also referred to as an 802.1q trunk or a .1q trunk. Instead of having these multiple Ethernet connections between VLANs, we have a single Ethernet connection between these two switches, and you can see that we've configured that interface as a trunk interface. This means that anything sent from VLAN 100 or VLAN 200 across this trunk will be dropped off onto the appropriate VLAN on the other side. So how is the trunk connection able to keep track of what traffic is coming from VLAN 100 and what traffic is coming from VLAN 200? The way we do this is by tagging each frame. This is a normal Ethernet frame. We have a preamble, a start frame delimiter, a destination MAC, a source MAC, a type, a payload, and a frame check sequence. To be able to add additional tags into this frame, we're going to add an additional field right in the middle, right after the source MAC address, and we refer to this as the VLAN tag. These VLAN tags are 12 bits long, and if we're not counting the VLAN numbers that are reserved, we can have a total of 4,094 VLANs that can traverse that trunk connection.
I've definitely been laughed at, mocked. People are like, that's a scam.
Generally, ranters are one of the more skeptical groups.
You start actually questioning yourself, is this really legitimate?
I was cautiously pessimistic about it at first.
But then you start reading and you start educating yourself.
Data science enables businesses
You can have instantaneous transactions. You can transact 24 hours a day.
It gives me so much more autonomy over my own finances. Less fees, more transparency. It's sustainable, it is equitable, and it's fast.
You can interact directly on the blockchain, exchange items of value much more easily.
It offers you access 24 hours a day.
It's my money, I have access to it, and I can do whatever I want with it. Whether that's invest, pay somebody,
Businesses aren't the only ones that
this
benefit.
technology really can be used for good.
With a down blade used to move inmates around the country, this is their one shot at freedom.
I didn't know what happened up there.
Diverted, made an unscheduled pickup. They said he was high priority. He was hooded, restrained. They called him outlaw. It's like he knew.
You knew what?
Right, everyone, circle out. With a down blade 2 miles south from here, this used to move inmates around the country. 11 a caption, 18 still missing. This is gonna be their one shot at freedom.
Mr. Remnick, Sydney Schofield, CIA. Havelock's out there executing a plan. Do whatever it takes to secure the perimeter. Knock, knock.
Schofield, this is Alaska. There is no perimeter. People up here are different.
Morning, Frank.
I took an oath to protect them.
It's so consuming. Conceit. I've seen what this man is capable of.
What's going on? I'm looking for 18 prisoners. The CIA's looking for one.
Clock's ticking.
What are you not telling me?
He's watching you, Frank. He wants to understand you, see what's important to you, so he can manipulate you.
There's one. Guess who?
I love you.
Where's my wife?
We don't know what his end game is.
I'm gonna find you, guy. And whatever else it is you're hiding. This makes the process relatively easy for connecting these VLANs together between switches. Instead of having 4,000 physical interfaces that we are connecting to each other, we have a single interface and we're simply tagging all of the data sent over that connection. Before there was an 802.1q standard to provide this trunking functionality, there was a proprietary form of trunking known as ISL, or Inter-Switch Link. ISL is relatively outdated at this point, and it's likely that any trunk that you'll ever run into will be an 802.1q standard trunk. Let's see how these trunks will use that tag functionality to be able to transfer data from a VLAN 200 on one switch to a VLAN 200 on the other switch. We'll start with a normal Ethernet frame from a device that is connected to an interface defined as VLAN 200. This packet needs to find its way to a device that is on the other switch on VLAN 200, so that packet will be sent to the trunk interface on the switch. At that time, an additional tag will be added that includes the VLAN 200, and it is sent across that trunk connection to the other switch. The switch that receives that frame will look at the tag, see that it was destined for VLAN 200, it will remove the tag from the frame and send that traffic to the end station. So now we have a much more simplified design. Instead of having a separate cable that's running between switches for VLAN 1, VLAN 2, and VLAN 3, we can have a single Ethernet connection between those two and simply trunk all of the traffic between those switches. When you first configure a switch, there will be a default VLAN for this switch. That means that every device you connect to this switch by default will be connected to a VLAN. Very commonly, this is VLAN 1 that is defined as the default VLAN. But there's another type of VLAN configuration that you would have inside of a switch known as a native VLAN. A native VLAN is one that can traverse a trunk, but a VLAN tag is not added to any of the traffic going over that trunk connection. So it's common to define a single native VLAN within a switch that will never be tagged as that traffic is sent over that trunk connection. This is because there are some devices that will not communicate over an 802.1q network, and some of the administrative functions within your switches, where switches are communicating with each other, may need to use the native VLAN to perform that communication. For example, management traffic or switch notification messages may use the native VLAN rather than being tagged as a separate VLAN inside of that switch.
Modular Rewards introduces the industry's most expansive global rewards marketplace featuring millions of unique products and experiences, all delivered seamlessly through a single powerful solution. With maximum choice and unmatched flexibility, it is designed to create personalized, dynamic experiences for any audience. This is Modular Rewards. Schedule your demo today.
The map holds the secret to power. Every path is an IT adventure. Explore difficult places and find the way to the Wizard of Light. Many paths to power.
If you're defining a native VLAN on one switch, you'll need to make sure that that native VLAN is identical on the other switch that you're connecting to. Otherwise, you'll see error messages appear in the log of your switch. Up to this point, we've been describing a traditional layer 2 switch, that is referring to the OSI layer 2 or data link layer, where switches make their forwarding decisions based on the MAC address of an Ethernet frame. But there's another type of switch known as a layer 3 switch that's able to make forwarding decisions based on the OSI layer 3 or network layer of an IP packet. This is looking at the destination IP address and making a routing decision on where that traffic should go. You're effectively taking switch functionality at layer 2 and router functionality at layer 3 and combining both of those into the same unit. With the layer 3 switch, we're not changing the switching process. The switch is still operating at layer 2, and we're not changing the way that the router operates. The routing functionality within this device is still operating at layer 3. But both of these are now combined within the same device, saving space, saving power, and making the administration process that much easier. This means that we can have layer 2 functionality within our switch, or we might have separate VLANs within the same physical switch. But now we can also have routing functionality that allows us to route between those VLANs all within the same switch. This means that we'll need to configure interfaces inside of the switch that are designed to route from one VLAN to another. We refer to these as SVIs, or switched virtual interfaces. If you have a layer 3 switch, it may not have the layer 3 functionality turned on by default, so you may need to enable that in your switch configuration. Many switches require you to restart the switch once you make that configuration change. And you may be thinking, why don't we use layer 3 switches for everything? Instead of having two separate physical devices, it seems that having one single physical device would be much easier to manage. And in many cases, that's true, but the routing functionality of a layer 3 switch tends to be less capable than the routing functionality of a standalone router. There is a term within the industry where we tell the switch needs to switch and a router needs to route. When you start combining those devices together, you begin to lose functionality. So if you have a smaller remote site, or perhaps even an internet router at home, you might have this layer 3 switching functionality to be able to route and switch within the same device. It's very common on our corporate networks to need both data functionality for our computing devices and voice functionality to be able to make telephone calls. Before the days of voice over IP, we would need to run one cable for our Ethernet network and a separate cable for our telephones. Our Ethernet cables would connect to a switch, and our telephone cables would connect to a PBX, or a private branch exchange. With the advent of voice over IP technologies, we can get rid of that individual voice cable completely and run both voice and data over the same Ethernet connection. And in many enterprise environments, you have a switch that is on the network, you have telephone that you would connect to the switch, and on the back of the telephone is an additional Ethernet cable where you can plug in your local computing device. One of the challenges that comes with adding both voice and data to the same network is that you now have a great deal of contention between both of those technologies. Data likes to use a lot of bursty bandwidth on the network, but voice communication prefers a very consistent level of access. If there's any type of congestion or a lot of usage on the network, this could affect the voice over IP communication, and none of your phone calls would sound very good. To resolve this issue, we can put our voice communication on one VLAN and put our data communication on the other VLAN. But of course, we're using a single wire to connect both our phones and our computers, so we can use VLAN technologies to do that within that same cable through the use of trunking. This requires you to use a switch that will recognize that you're connecting both a phone and a computer at the same time. But once you're using the right equipment, this becomes a relatively straightforward process. So now with this switch configuration, we can assign our phones to be VLAN 200, assign our computers to be VLAN 100, and send all of that traffic to our switch, where it will be able to break those two apart and put them on the correct VLAN for that particular use. This means we can now download as much information as we'd like from our computer while we're on the phone communicating with others, and be able to perform both of those seamlessly.
At King Supers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices on over 1,000 items. With quality and savings that add up, King Supers shoppers never compromise. King Supers, fresh for everyone.
It's not hard to say that you get to play all day. Technology enables us to do that.
Bell servers have that uptime that enables people to get on with it.
We get to create amazing creatures that the world gets to see.
When you're configuring a router interface, a switch interface, or an interface that's in your local computer, there are a number of options available. In this video, we'll look at some of those interface configurations. We can start with the basic connectivity that we have to the network. When we plug in an Ethernet cable, there are a number of Ethernet settings we need to consider, and two of the most important are the Ethernet speed and the duplex. The speed is obviously going to be how fast this connection is going to run. This might be a 10 megabit connection, 100 megabits, 1000 megabits, which would also be a 1 gig connection, 10 gig, or even faster. We have to be sure that this configuration is the same on both sides. So if we have a computer that's connecting to a switch, the speed on both of them has to be configured the same. In many cases, we would set this to automatically configure itself. So you can simply plug in any device and the switch will automatically adjust to the configured speed. The other option we might have available is either half duplex or full duplex. In most cases, this is also set to automatic, but if you do set these manually on both of these devices, you have to make sure that both of them are set to be the same. If you have the speeds mismatched on both sides, the connection will not work at all. You'll never get a link light. But if you mix the duplex configuration, where one side is set to half duplex and the other side is set to full duplex, you'll find the connection does operate, but you'll notice that it is not quite as efficient as it should be. And in fact, you'll have very poor performance if you start putting a lot of traffic over that link. This is why one of the initial configurations we'll look for when we're troubleshooting Ethernet is the speed and the duplex, and make sure that they're the same on both sides of the connection. If those match, then we'll shift our focus to the Internet Protocol, or the IP configuration for that interface. This might be an Ethernet connection, it might be a VLAN config, we might be setting up management interfaces, and all of these will need an IP address, a subnet mask, a default gateway, and perhaps other IP configurations as well. These will usually be values that have been assigned by a network administrator. So we'll want to configure and make sure that the IP address, subnet mask, default gateway, DNS settings, and everything else matches the configuration that we've received from our admin. If this configuration doesn't match what we've been given, let's say we've used a different default gateway IP address, or we put in the incorrect subnet mask, then we may find that we're not able to connect to other IP devices on this network. Fortunately, this is a relatively easy configuration to validate. We can can simply look at what we've been given and look at what we've configured in the system and make sure that both of those match. Another useful configuration, especially between switches, would be one for link aggregation. This is sometimes referred to as port bonding, or you might see it abbreviated as lag for link aggregation. This means that we are connecting multiple interfaces together on these two devices, which normally we would not want to do because we would be creating a loop. But if you've configured all of those interfaces as link aggregation, the switch will interpret them as one very large connection rather than 4 individual connections. So if all 4 of these were gigabit Ethernet connections between the switch, we would configure those as lag, and you now have 4 gigabits of throughput to be able to communicate between those two devices. Some switches will support an automatic configuration of this link aggregation using a protocol called LACP. This is the Link Aggregation Control Protocol. This allows you to simply configure the interface as LACP, plug in the interfaces, and all of the underlying link aggregation configs will automatically configure themselves between those two devices. If you were to capture traffic between these two devices, you would see LACP traffic being transferred from one switch to the other. To be able to have the most efficient communication from one device to another, we need to be able to send packets across that will not be fragmented along the way. Since we don't always know what networks are located between the two devices, there may be times when our data is fragmented and therefore is less efficient to transfer across the network. Fragmenting a packet tends to slow down the overall communication, and if we lose one of those fragments, then we have to resend the entire frame again. Normally, the determination of the most optimal MTU, or maximum transmission unit, is done automatically when you first connect to a device. But sometimes filtering and firewalls won't allow the automated process to work properly, and you may need to manually configure an MTU on your system. On some networks, we're not trying to minimize the size of our communication. Instead, we're trying to maximize the size of our frames. And one of the ways we can do that is through a method called jumbo frames. Ethernet frames by default are 1500 bytes in length. If we're transferring large amounts of data, we may want to increase the size of those frames to make the communication that much more efficient. And with jumbo frames, you can increase the size of an Ethernet frame up to 9,216 bytes of an MTU. On many devices, you'll find that they'll use 9,000 as the accepted high end of a jumbo frame. In fact, here is the configuration from my computer that says that I can configure frame sizes on my network to be between 1280 and 9,000 bytes. This means I can transfer a single frame that contains the same amount of information as 6 normal frames on the same network. This means there are fewer packets to have to switch or route through my network, and I can transfer much more in a shorter amount of time. The challenge, though, is all of the devices that are in that communications path must understand jumbo frames. So all of your switches, all of your routers, and the other devices you're communicating to have to also be configured to use these jumbo frames. If there's any device in the middle of this communication that doesn't understand jumbo frames, then they will drop these frames and you won't be able to communicate to that device at all.
Tropic Fan Fest is back on at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Get free smoothies every day all week with Bowler's Food Purchase.
If you had 2 switches and you connected them together with an Ethernet cable, and then you connected another Ethernet cable to those switches, you would create a loop on the network. This means an Ethernet frame would loop around that particular connection until you disconnected one of those cables. There's no mechanism at the MAC address level to count how many times you've seen a frame. So as these frames are going around this loop, you're adding more and more frames to the network all the time. Those are continuing to go around this loop, and eventually you'll overwhelm the capacities of your switches. This can happen relatively quickly. Once you create a loop in a network, it might be a number of seconds until people start calling the help desk stating that the network is down. Fortunately, this is relatively easy to resolve. You simply go back to the switch where you plugged in that cable, you disconnect the cable, which removes the loop from the network, and now everything is back up and running. But of course, we're not always standing in the data center ready to plug or unplug a cable from a switch. We need some type of automated method to recognize a loop on the network and to prevent those loops from occurring. Fortunately, we have a standard that's able to recognize and prevent loops on a network. This is the IEEE 802.1d standard, one that we call the spanning tree protocol. Spanning tree can configure interfaces on our switch in a number of different ways. It may configure the switch port to be blocking, which means it's not going to forward any traffic. This is commonly used to prevent loops on a network. If we were to plug in that second cable to our switch, Spanning Tree would recognize that a loop was being created, and it would cause one of those interfaces to be in a blocking state. The listening phase is used by Spanning Tree to clear out existing tables and restart the process. It's going to go through a learning process where it listens to understand where all of the other switches might be and if there might be any loops on the network already running. And then it will configure an interface to be forwarding, which means traffic can be transmitted through that interface, or we'll configure an interface to be blocking. We might also have interfaces that are administratively disabled. Those obviously would not participate in this spanning tree process. Here's a network that is already running spanning tree, and there are a number of switches. They're identified as bridge 1, bridge 6, bridge 5, and so on. You can see there are 5 of them in this particular design, and you can see that many of these switches are connected to each other, and if we didn't have spanning tree running, there would be a loop on this network already. But on this network, we already have spanning tree that's operational, and it has configured a number of different interfaces. There are 3 different types that you can see on the screen. One is the root port, or RP. This is the interface on a switch that is connected ultimately to the single root bridge on the network. There's also a designated port, which would be any other port that can forward traffic, but it's not the port that is connected directly to the root bridge. And there are blocked ports. These are ports where Spanning Tree has disabled that port from sending or receiving any traffic. You can see on this network that bridge 21 has a blocked port and bridge 11 has a blocked port, and those have been blocked so that there is not a loop on the network. If we were communicating from bridge 11, you can see there is a single root port, and you can follow that all the way back with those root ports to the final root bridge. The designated ports are also available to be able to send and receive traffic. In this scenario, let's say that we're on network A and we've been communicating with a device on network M. You can see that we can communicate through bridge 6, which has a designated port and a root port that allows us access to network M. But what if there is a problem on this network and we lose connectivity between network A and bridge 6? Now we need some other way to communicate to network M, but as you can see, there is a blocked port on bridge 11, so we would not be able to communicate through that connection. Fortunately, Spanning Tree recognizes that we have this disconnection, and it begins clearing out the existing configuration and relearning the topology of the existing network. Spanning Tree has changed bridge 5 so that the root port is now on the other side, and it has removed the block port on bridge 11, allowing us on network A to be able to now communicate all the way through the network back to network M without having another loop on the network. On many networks, we do talk about enabling Spanning Tree and making sure that our Spanning Tree configuration is turned on inside of our switches, but in reality, these days, we're probably running a newer version of Spanning Tree called the Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol. This standard is the 802.1w standard. In the original Spanning Tree Protocol, it might take 30 to 50 seconds for the convergence process to occur. And on today's networks, that is a very long time to wait without any type of connectivity. With Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol, this convergence process goes down to about 6 seconds, which means anytime there's a disruption on the network, we can be back up and running relatively quickly. Fortunately, this Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol is backwards compatible with the original Spanning Tree, so if you have a mixed set of devices on your network that support one or the other standard, you can run them all at the same time. Fortunately, Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol works very similar to the original spanning tree configuration. It simply operates much faster. There are some shortcuts and other configuration settings within the Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol, but it has such familiarity that if you understand Spanning Tree Protocol, it will be very easy for you to understand the details of Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
That's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
When looking for the perfect card to reward your appetite for life, look no further than the Amex Gold Card. Discover new tastes, gather new experiences, and earn 4 times membership awards points at restaurants worldwide. Find out how to access over $500 in annual benefits value on select dining and travel purchases. Elevate your date night, family outing, or solo experiences, and make every meal more rewarding with the Amex Gold Card.
We've become so accustomed to wireless networks being available that we often forget that there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes to create these wireless connections. This work is done primarily by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or the IEEE. There's a committee in the IEEE called the 802.11 Committee, and that is the committee that focuses on creating worldwide standards for wireless networking. In the past, we've referred to the standards name to be able to describe the network. For example, we'll describe 802.11ac, 802.11ax, or 802.11be. The IEEE committee realized that these numbers and letters combinations weren't very appealing for most people, so they've also assigned separate names that are a little easier to keep track of. For example, 802.11ac is Wi-Fi 5. 802.11ax is Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E, the extended version of Wi-Fi 6, and 802.11be is also called Wi-Fi 7. As additional major releases of the 802.11 wireless standards are released, they will also increment those Wi-Fi numbers, so in the future we should see Wi-Fi 8, Wi-Fi 9, and so on. There are a number of technologies used by 802.11 wireless networking, and the first is the frequencies that are in use. 802.11 commonly uses 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, and 6 gigahertz frequency ranges. Sometimes there's a combination of those. You may have an access point that supports both 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. Some access points may support all of those frequencies at the same time. Instead of having to memorize individual frequency numbers, the IEEE has created groupings of these frequencies known as channels. These channels help us easily understand what frequencies we may be using. For example, on this access point, we're using both the 2.4 gigahertz range and the 5 gigahertz range. The 2.4 gigahertz range is using channel 6, which is centered on 2.437 gigahertz, and the 5 gigahertz band is using channel 44, which is centered on 5.220 gigahertz. You can see that referring to this as channel 6 is much faster and more efficient than saying that this particular access point is centered on 2.437 gigahertz. The amount of frequency that we use is referred to as the wireless bandwidth. And when I say that channel 6 is centered on 2.437 gigahertz, there's actually more frequencies that we're using for that single channel. Different frequency bands have different sizes of bandwidths that can be used, but it's very common to see 20 megahertz, 40 megahertz, 80 megahertz, and 160 megahertz bandwidths. Here's a diagram that shows
all right, everybody.
gigahertz range.
Let's go ahead and take our last break of the day. Get up and stretch. Yeah.
We'll start with the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum. You can see there are 3 non-overlapping channels in that particular range, and it's using the 20 megahertz bandwidth to describe those 3 channels. Next is the 5 gigahertz spectrum, and you can see there are many more frequencies available in the 5 gigahertz range. You'll also notice that we might use different bandwidths depending on the access point that we're using. So we might use anywhere from 20 megahertz to 160 megahertz, and you can see the ranges that are available for those particular frequencies. And in the 6 gigahertz range, we have even more frequencies available, giving us options to be able to transmit and use these wireless networks without conflicting with other wireless networks that might be nearby. As you can tell, there are many frequencies available to choose from for your wireless networks, but not every frequency is going to be the best one to use. There may be differences in the environment where you happen to be, where one frequency might work better than the other, or there may be other access points that are already using certain frequencies.
Let's fuel up, Limo. Lots of people to tell about customizing and saving with Liberty Mutual. Those are mine.
Looks like Jack just realized some people mix and match their gain cents. So he gave it a shot too. Is he the laundromat cool dude now? Mix, match, more happy with gain.
You might also be using older devices that aren't able to communicate on the 5 or 6 gigahertz ranges and may only be able to communicate on 2.4 gigahertz frequencies. But if you have a modern wireless device, you might have options. Your phone, for example, may be able to support 2 or more different types of frequencies. It just needs to be able to choose the optimal frequency for where you happen to be. Your access points can be set up with a feature known as band steering. This allows you to specify how the users might be able to use the frequencies in the best possible way. For example, you might have a user that has a mobile phone, and that phone can support either a 2.4 gigahertz connection or a 5 gigahertz connection. And you might have access points that also support both of those frequencies. So which frequency does your phone choose when it's connecting to that access point? If band steering is not configured in the access point, the device will simply use the one that has the best possible signal. Sometimes that best signal will provide you with the best throughput, but that's not always the case. And you may find that you get better throughput using a different frequency, even though that frequency may not be the one that has the strongest signal. If band steering is turned on, the administrator of the access point can determine what frequency a user will choose if they have a choice. For example, if a user is connecting to an access point with band steering enabled, and that device can support either 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz, you can force it or steer it into using the 5 gigahertz frequencies by default. One of the challenges with these wireless networks is that each country makes its own decisions about how this wireless bandwidth is to be used. For example, in the United States, we have the Federal Communications Commission, and they are responsible for managing all of the frequency allocations in the US. Of course, the FCC can't control how other countries manage their frequencies, but they do work very closely with other countries around the world to make sure that everyone is properly managing these very important frequencies. Another challenge with this is that we are coming up with new technologies and new ways to use these frequencies all the time. We sometimes have to make sure that different services can use similar frequencies without any type of conflict. The popularity of these wireless networks has almost required that all of these countries work together to come up with standards that everyone can agree on. A good example of these organizations working together can be found in the 802.11h standard. This adds a number of interoperability features to 802.11 wireless networks so that you can have many different wireless networks in one area, but still allow all of those networks to work together. There are a series of guidelines for wireless communications that are published by the International Telecommunications Union. The ITU provides a worldwide approach to managing these many different wireless technologies. One of the things that is included in these standards is called DFS. This is Dynamic Frequency Selection. This allows our wireless access points to use frequencies that are not going to conflict with other access points that may already be operated. This is one of the reasons that when you turn on your wireless access point today, that you don't have to manually configure any of the wireless settings inside of that device. It automatically looks at the frequencies that are in use and chooses a series of frequencies for you that are not going to conflict with anything that may already be operating. And if something does change with the wireless environment and your access point needs to change its channel, it will tell all of the devices on that network to also move along with the access point. Another interoperability feature is TPC, or the Transmit Power Control. Traditionally, we've set the power that we would use for these wireless networks on our clients, but TPC puts the transmit power control in the hands of the access point. This means that the access point can tell a client to use less power to be able to communicate over this wireless network. This means that we can have many devices communicating at their optimal power level without having any type of conflict with other third-party services.
Now's the time to upgrade to the new Dell AI PC. It's optimized for AI workloads and engineered for the future. So no matter what's next, you're ready.
Where'd you make it?
Rated R.
When we think about wireless networking, we often think about connecting to an access point. But of course, you can communicate directly to another device without an access point. We refer to this as Independent Basic Service Set, or IBSS. You might also see this referred to as an ad hoc connection. This allows us to configure one device as an ad hoc connection, configure the other device as an ad hoc connection, and simply connect those two devices to each other over those wireless frequencies. You might have used this functionality when you've configured an Internet of Things device, such as a door lock or lights in your home. This is a way to connect to a device over an ad hoc connection, provide that device with information about your existing wireless network, and then have that device connect directly to the access point. And in most environments, we have an access point that many different devices are connecting to be able to network everyone together. Behind the scenes, we're using different parameters to configure this device. Two of those parameters are the SSID and the BSSID. SSID stands for the Service Set Identifier, and it's the name of the wireless network that we're connecting to. So you might have an access point with an SSID of SGC1, and when you bring up the list of all of the available access points in your area, you will see that SSID name appear in your list of available networks. Of course, this same SSID might be configured on multiple access points, especially if you have a very large home or you're in an environment where there are multiple areas of the building and you want to have wireless connectivity wherever you might be in that building. To be able to differentiate between one access point and the other, we need some type of hardware address on that access point, and that hardware address is known as the BSSID. This is the Basic Service Set Identifier. So although there is a wireless network name that we see, such as SGC1, there is also a hardware address that we normally do not see behind the scenes. In this case, this wireless access point has a BSSID of 603 Delta 26112233. As we've already mentioned, in your home or a very large business, you may have tens, hundreds, or even thousands of access points to manage. All of these access points need to be able to work together so that as you are passing from one building to another or from one area of the building to the other, you're able to seamlessly move from one wireless access point to the other. This is often done by using the same SSID or wireless network name on each of the wireless access points. We refer to this shared network name that's used across access points as an ESSID. The E stands for the Extended Service Set Identifier. With the ESSID configured across all of these different access points, you can start on one end of the building, walk to the other end of the building, and you will be moving automatically and seamlessly from one access point to the other. Here's a configuration that uses ESSID to provide that seamless roaming from one access point to the other. In the middle at the top, we have a network switch. This switch has an Ethernet connection to an access point on the left and an access point on the right. And you can see that the BSSID, or the Basic Service Set Identifier, which is the hardware address of the access point, is different on this access point than it is for the other. Although these are obviously two different pieces of hardware, they are sharing the same SSID. You can see it's configured as SGC1 on this access point. It is also configured as SGC1 on the other access point. As we move outside the range of one access point and move into the range of another access point, That access point will automatically pick up that we are nearby and seamlessly connect this device to that same SSID without any notification on your mobile device. This means you can continue to surf the internet, transfer files, and use the network normally, even if you happen to be moving at the same time.
Ivory sensitive? Am I sensitive? Your skin is just like your mom's. This is made with just 10 gentle ingredients. I've been using Ivory since I was a kid.
Wow, Ivory's old. A classic.
Ivory sensitive, just 10 gentle ingredients.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
When you first connect to a wireless access point, you may be prompted with a screen that gives you information about the network or requires you to authenticate to gain access to that network. We refer to this screen that appears at the prompt with the authentication credentials as a captive portal screen. For this captive portal to work, there is a centralized access table that identifies individuals that are already authenticated to the wireless network. And if it notices there's a new device that has not previously authenticated, it will present this captive portal screen to the end user. On the captive portal screen, there may be a series of terms that have to be agreed to, or it may prompt for a username, a password, or some other type of authentication factor. If those credentials are entered properly, then that information is added to the access table, and you gain access to that wireless network for a predefined amount of time. For example, your captive portal may be good for 24 hours, and at the end of that 24-hour period, you have to re-authenticate to gain another 24 hours of access. There are many different ways to configure security on a wireless network. And if you look at the configuration of your access point, you may find that there are a number of different options that you could choose from. For example, on this access point, the security level is currently defined as WPA2 personal. This access point can also disable security. It can configure a security mode on this access point known as OWE, which stands for Opportunistic Wireless Encryption, which effectively allows someone to connect to the wireless network, but prevents them from communicating directly to any other wireless device. This access point also supports WEP, different flavors of WPA, WPA2, and WPA3. An open system, of course, means there is no security. There is no authentication process, and anyone on this wireless network can communicate to anyone else on this wireless network. This access point supports WPA, WPA2, and WPA3 using a personal type of security. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as PSK, which stands for pre-shared key. This means to gain access to this wireless network, we need to provide someone with a pre-shared key that everyone will use. For example, you may be at a coffee shop and there may be a notice in the coffee shop that the pre-shared key that everyone can use to access the network is hot coffee. Of course, if you're in a business environment, having everyone share the same password for the wireless network is inherently insecure. So most enterprises will use a different type of wireless security known as enterprise or 802.1x security. This allows the network administrator to require a username, password, or some other type of authentication to gain access to the wireless network. And most people will use their own personal credentials to be able to provide that access. This means you would use the same username and password you would normally use to log into other devices in that same enterprise network. This means if someone leaves the organization and their account is disabled, they no longer have access to that wireless network. If you look at the different antennas that are used on many of today's wireless networks, you may notice a number of different styles. The style of antenna that you see connected to this access point is an omnidirectional antenna. It's a very common antenna type to find on our consumer or home-based access points. An omnidirectional antenna will evenly distribute that wireless signal on all sides of the antenna. So you can put your access point in the middle of the room, and everyone in the room will have the same signal strength as everyone else. This means you can put your access point in a centralized area, and anyone who's nearby will be able to gain access to the wireless network.
How's everybody doing? Anybody have any questions? Or y'all just kind of easing along?
Your access point may be in the corner of an outside room,
Yeah, good.
and you're effectively only seeing a portion of that signal, while the rest of it on this omnidirectional antenna is sent to places where no one will ever connect. In that
Like I said, just
scenario,
trying to
you
live,
might
G.
use a directional antenna where you can take that
It's a Friday.
signal
It's a
and
Friday.
send it into a single direction. This allows you to focus the transmission and receiving of wireless
Mike, we're gonna try to hook you up
or maybe connecting different buildings.
Monday morning.
You'll often see
Or you want morning or afternoon
as
on Monday
a
for
total
a review?
number of decibels. For example, a directional antenna may
Afternoon, since I got my appointment in the morning. Like I said, I'm gonna leave about like 12:30 to make sure I'm there and do everything. Like I said, I'll still be communicating with the class, and like I said before, you know, I'll be right back here.
Okay, cool. All right, so we'll do it that afternoon. I'll make sure I put it on my calendar.
Roger that.
Yep.
This is an example of a Yagi antenna. It's very directional and has a very high amount of gain. We also have other directional types, such as a parabolic antenna, where multiple signals can come in and bounce into a single feed horn in the front. So it's focusing all of those signals into a single point on the antenna. This is especially useful over longer distances where you need to collect that signal and focus it into a single spot.
At Charmin, we make paper, and we love trees. It's why 2 trees are regrown for every tree used, so you can enjoy the go. Charmin.
Imagine if we could tell everyone here that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to save people hundreds. It's a mascot! Oh, what's this? A fan has run out onto the field and he's not wearing pants. Do birds need pants? They do. And the control room censored it. Oh, only paying for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Most of the access points that we use at home are autonomous access points. This means that the access point doesn't require any type of additional hardware or software to be able to operate. It's effectively a standalone device that doesn't rely on anything else to be able to maintain that wireless connectivity. But in an enterprise, you may not be using autonomous access points. Instead, you may be using lightweight access points. This separates the wireless functionality into the hardware that you would mount into the ceiling, and the configurations and intelligence of that device are often maintained on the switch the access point is connected to. This not only allows us to have less expensive access points that we can deploy, it also gives us functionality for being able to manage those devices. One standard for managing wireless access point is known as CAPWAP. This is control and provisioning of wireless access points, and it allows you as the network administrator to manage and configure all of these wireless access points from one central management station. We refer to this central station as a wireless LAN controller. It allows us to connect and view the entire wireless infrastructure from one single screen. We often refer to this as a single pane of glass. From this single management station, we can deploy new access points. We can monitor the performance of our existing access point infrastructure. We can make changes to the configuration of our wireless network and deploy those changes to some or all of our access points. And this might also create reports showing us how much of the wireless network is being used and by whom. This wireless LAN controller is often paired with the wireless access points themselves, so you're often getting the access points and the wireless management station all from the same manufacturer.
Tropic Fan Fest is back on at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Get free smoothies every day all week with Bowler food purchase.
Bold Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, now at Sam's Club.
There are a number of different ways to connect and configure wireless networks, and in this video, we'll look at some of these different wireless network types. One popular wireless network type, especially in home-based environments, is a wireless mesh. This is where you would have multiple access points that can all communicate to each other within a relatively close area. And then you would have other devices that are located on the outside of those access points that are able to communicate to that single access point and ultimately to the rest of the network. This meshing of access points in the middle is something that you would configure on the access point, and if you were to add additional access points onto this network, they would also be included in that same mesh of access points. Of course, this doesn't have to be access points. There are some devices that can mesh amongst each other in an ad hoc form. This allows for different options for sending data over these networks because all of these devices are now communicating to each other. And if one device leaves the network, it can automatically identify that that device is no longer there and self-heal itself to maintain connectivity to everyone who's left on the wireless network. If you only have two devices, you might want to connect them together without an access point. We refer to this type of connectivity as an ad hoc connection. This is where you would use the 802.11 wireless functionality of your device, but you would not be directly connecting to an access point. This uses the 802.11 wireless network functionality of this device, but instead of connecting to an access point, you simply connect to the other wireless device. You might also see this referred to as an independent basic service set, or an IBSS. This might be something that is a very long-term connection. If all you have are two devices, you can simply connect those two together and they will communicate as long as that connection is available. But you might be using this on more of a temporary basis. This might be used in conjunction with an Internet of Things, or IoT device, where you would initially connect to the IoT device over an ad hoc connection. This may allow you to transfer configuration details, such as the name of your larger wireless network and any security configurations that have to be included to connect to that wireless network. At that point, the ad hoc connection is then disabled, and the Internet of Things device can connect to the larger access point network using those configuration parameters. Some wireless access points allow you to connect two devices directly to each other over a point-to-point mode. The point-to-point mode is commonly used to connect larger distances to each other. For example, one building connecting to another building. I run this exact configuration between two homes, so you could have an access point in one house connected to a switch and all of the internal devices of that network connected to the same switch, and then you would have the same configuration in another home and have all of those networks now connected to each other over that point-to-point mode. Not all access points support this point-to-point mode, so you'll want to be sure that the software of the access point supports point-to-point, and you'll want to be sure that the hardware on this device is also able to transmit over that extended distance. You may, for example, require additional types of antennas to be able to bridge that gap between the access points. There might also be a requirement to change the power output between these two devices and to make sure you're using frequencies that are able to communicate over that longer distance. And perhaps the most common way to connect to a wireless network is in something called infrastructure mode. This is where you would have a centralized access point, and this is probably the type of wireless networking that you're using at home and in your office. All of the wireless devices in your home or office connect to that central access point, and you're able to communicate out to the wired network or between other wireless devices over that same access point. Some wireless access points give you the option to allow devices to communicate with each other over that wireless network, or to isolate each of these wireless devices to only be able to communicate directly to the access point and any networks beyond that access point. You'll want to check your access point to see how it's configured for these devices and make sure the proper security is configured on that device.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
The wireless networks we use both at home and in our businesses are sending private, confidential, and sensitive information all the time. When we're very concerned that someone might have access to that data, especially on a wireless medium that effectively could be tapped into and listened to by any device that happens to be nearby. One way that we provide security on this wireless network is to limit what users are able to access the network. We would commonly do this with some type of authentication method, such as a username, a password, or some type of multi-factor authentication. And of course, we want to be sure that everything sent over this wireless network is protected, so we need to add confidentiality in the form of encryption. And to be sure that we've received the correct information over this wireless network, we include a message integrity check so that we can verify the information that we've received is exactly the information that was originally sent. One of the first encryption types on wireless networks is a method known as Wired Equivalent Privacy, or WEP. Unfortunately, WEP was discovered to have some significant cryptographic vulnerabilities, so we needed to very quickly replace WEP with something that was much more secure, and that replacement was known as WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access. WPA was implemented as a temporary stopgap between the insecure WEP and a more secure version of WPA. This first iteration of WPA was designed to work on exactly the same hardware as that older style WEP that we were replacing, but we knew that we would need enhanced security that we would not currently have available in this initial WPA. This replacement WPA we named WPA2. This is Wi-Fi Protected Access version 2, and it's a version that's been around since 2004. You'll often see WPA2 referenced with a block cipher mode known as CCMP. If we were to spell this out, it would be counter mode with cipher block chaining message authentication code protocol, or counter/CBC-MAC. This effectively combined encryption and integrity in the same protocol. The encryption was available with AES, and the message integrity check was enabled using CBC-MAC. The update to WPA2 is WPA3. This is Wi-Fi Protected Access version 3, and it was introduced in 2018. This includes a different and more capable block cipher mode known as GCMP. This is Galois Counter Mode Protocol. This continues to use AES for data confidentiality, and we are using a message integrity check with the Galois Message Authentication Code, or GMAC. If you're planning to implement any type of security on your wireless network, you want to use the highest level of security available in your access points and on your client devices. And if you have the option, you should consider upgrading all of your devices to use the most capable security method available.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Horseman, return the stolen Butterfingers and we'll return your lost head.
One lost bite?
You? No one makes a finger on your Butterfinger, ever.
Try you, Marshmallow Butterfinger.
A distribution frame is an area of the network where you are passively terminating cables. This usually involves punch-down blocks like the ones we see here. It could be patch panels or any other method where we are terminating those cables, usually in a data center or some other large facility. You will usually find this distribution frame on the back wall of the data center, and it's often terminating cables that are coming in for your local area network and voice communication. And although the punch-down blocks and patch panels that we have on the wall are technically the distribution frame, we often refer to the entire room as the distribution frame room. For example, the primary distribution frame is called the main distribution frame, or MDF. We often refer to the entire room where it's located as the MDF facility. The MDF is usually a single room. It's often the data center or central point of the network. And this is where we might bring in wide area network connections and punch those down, along with all of our internal local area connections as well. Since we have all of this connectivity in one place, it is a perfect testing point, especially if you need to test both your internal local networks and your external wide area network connections. And even if your network doesn't have this large set of punch-down blocks in the back, we sometimes even often refer to this central data center room as the MDF. Here's a view of one MDF. This one contains a number of different racks with computer equipment and the networking components as well. Here's another MDF. You can see a large number of punch-down blocks or patch panels that are on the single rack and some on individual racks as well, and it's intermixed with the equipment that we need to run inside of this data center. Another type of distribution frame is the intermediate distribution frame, or the IDF. Usually the IDF is in a separate floor or a separate building, and it's often directly connected to the MDF. Most IDFs these days include switches, routers, and other equipment that you need to be able to connect this area of the network to the larger MDF. You usually find this combination of MDFs and IDFs in medium to larger scale environments where you need to have many different remote rooms all connecting back to the central data center. Here's a view of what that would look like, where you have the MDF. Maybe this is where our internet connection comes in. There might be a core router and a core switch. You might even have file servers and database servers in the MDF. Maybe on different floors of the building, you would then have individual IDFs. In this case, there are two, but there might be more than that in this particular environment. And in the IDF, you might be connecting users on the floor to a central switch in the IDF, and that switch is connecting back to the main core switch in the MDF. We've already seen an example of an IDF and MDF, and one of the things that you'll notice is there are racks that are very common in each of those environments. That's because the racks that we use in these environments are standardized, and most rack sizes are 19-inch racks. They're 19 inches across in each of these, and we design our equipment to fit perfectly into that 19-inch width. You also notice that the equipment in these racks might also have different heights, and we have a standard for those heights known as a rack unit, or a U. One U would be 1.75 inches, and we can measure a different number of units based on that value. So you can easily tell somebody that we need 2U or 3U of space to be able to install a piece of equipment. And most racks, like the ones we see here, are generally about 42U in height. Although the width is standardized, the depth of these racks can often vary. There might be racks that are very shallow, or others that might support a much longer piece of equipment that you can install. Fortunately, most devices follow this standardized form. We know that if we're receiving a piece of equipment that is rack mountable, that it will most likely be 19 inches wide. We'll just need to make sure that we have a rack that is deep enough to handle that particular piece of equipment. Since we have these standard widths, we can start stacking this equipment and using every bit of real estate that we might have available. For example, this system administrator has installed a server that's about 3U in height, and they're installing another set just above it so that they can stack them one right on top of the other. Now that we have all of this equipment in the data center and it's all running constantly, it's creating quite a bit of heat. We need to make sure that we have a way to cool this data center so that all of this equipment continues to work optimally. We would do this by implementing an HVAC or HVAC system. This stands for heating, ventilating, and air conditioning. This is very different than simply purchasing a window-mounted air conditioner and turning it on. There's a lot of engineering that goes to designing and implementing an HVAC system in these large data centers. For example, we not only need to make sure that the HVAC can support the amount of heat that's going to be created by these systems, we also need to make sure we have enough power to run the HVAC, and we also need to make sure this is integrated into the fire system so that we're able to turn this off automatically if a fire is detected. One thing that you'll notice in a data center is that the different aisles of the data center may be designated as a hot aisle or a cold aisle. This hot and cold aisle is an important designation, especially as we're installing new equipment into the data center. We want to be sure that we're installing the equipment in a way where the hot air is being blown into the hot aisle and it's pulling in cold air from the cold aisle. Here's a cross-reference of a data center. On the left and right sides, we have our HVAC system, and in this particular environment, the cold air is going under the floor and the hot air is being pulled out of the ceiling. The cycle starts with the HVAC creating the cold air, and that cold air is going underneath the floor in this raised floor environment. There are vents and holes in the floor that will allow the cold air to flow into a cold aisle. This is often the front of the servers, and the servers are pulling in that cold air to cool the inside of the server itself. Once that air is heated up, it will be sent out the back of the server into a hot aisle, and that hot air is going to rise into the ceiling, where it will then be pulled back into the HVAC, recooled, and the entire system repeats again.
Incoming dishes! Doc! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
It absorbs grease 5 times faster. It even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Ooh, those suds got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
Limo at your service. Here to help you save hundreds by customizing your car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Probably should have gone the other way. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Here's a data center where we can see both the hot aisles and the cold aisles. You'll see the cold aisles are covered with this plastic to keep that cold air inside, and the hot aisles would be the ones on the outside without the plastic. You'll also notice this is a bit different from the previous diagram because there is a concrete floor. There's no way to have a raised floor in this environment. So it looks like they're blowing the cold air directly into the cold aisle from above. It's being pulled through into a hot aisle, and then it goes back into the ceiling where the entire process repeats. When we install network cabling, one of our goals is to not move or touch that cabling again. We want to be sure that once it's installed, we can trust that that cable will always be working optimally. One of the things that we'll commonly do is have all of the desks that are on a floor of a building all have single runs of wire all the way back to an IDF. Inside of the IDF closet, we'll have a patch panel, and commonly we might have a patch panel with a 1/10 block where we will punch down those wires onto the back side of the patch panel, and on the other side of the patch panel will be the traditional RJ45 modular connectors. This means that if we need to connect any user on the floor to any switch on our switches, all we have to do is run the appropriate cable from the RJ45 connector. We no longer have to touch any of the cable that's running from the back of this patch panel to the end user's desk. So we can begin installing all of the connections we need through these patch cables from the patch panel itself into the switch that we might be using. This also allows us to address any type of moves, adds, or changes. If someone out on the floor moves to a different desk, we can simply move where their patch cable happens to be and plug them into a different connection. And of course, if we hire new employees and we want to make sure that they have the correct network connectivity, we don't have to run additional cables because we've already run those cables. All we have to do is add new connections from our patch panel to the appropriate switch connection. Here's what this patch panel looks like in our IDF. You can see on this side of the patch panel, we have the RJ45 connections. We're coming out of those RJ45 connections and we're plugging them into the switches that are directly underneath. This means we can keep all of those cables in place between the patch panel and the desk out on the floor. All we have to change are the internal connections inside of our IDF. Here's another view of a patch panel. This one is connecting from the patch panel directly to the switch that's above it. And notice there are numbered connections on that patch panel, so we know exactly which desk we're connecting or disconnecting. There are similar but slightly different configurations for fiber optics. This is a fiber optic distribution panel where we're bringing in fiber runs from another building or another floor, and we're bringing all of those back to connections that we have access to on the distribution panel. One of the important characteristics when installing fiber optics is making sure that we don't exceed the bend radius. And you'll notice in this distribution panel that we are looping together in a very large loop the fiber to make sure that we don't break the fiber by bending it too far in the panel itself. And it looks like in this distribution panel we have some additional fiber that is wrapped around. We refer to this as a service loop, so that if we need to move this distribution panel or add additional fiber, we can simply extend it with the fiber that's already run. This gives us flexibility in the future to be able to make changes without having to rerun a very expensive fiber optic connection. In some of the previous pictures of the data centers, you saw that some of the racks were open, but there were some racks that were completely closed that had locks on the front of the rack. This is not uncommon in any type of data center because it allows the system administrator a level of additional security and control over the components inside of the rack. We'll often install these racks side by side directly to each other to optimize the space that we have in the data center. And it's not unusual to have a door on the front of the rack where we can have a lock and a way to prevent others from gaining access to the equipment inside of the rack. Here's a good example of racks that are completely locked up. You can see in this case that we do have ventilation in the front. There's often ventilation in the top and the bottom as well, so that the equipment inside is able to be cooled properly. Here's a closer view of these racks. You can see that each of these racks has a handle with a lock on it, and you can see where you would add the key to be able to gain access to the equipment that's on the inside. In this video, we're going to talk about power, and an important thing to remember is that you should never put yourself in a position where you will be able to, in some way, come in contact with any type of voltage. You want to be sure that when you're working with the device that you are always disconnecting from the power source before ever putting your hands or any part of you near that particular component. Even when you disconnect from the power source, you should also keep in mind that some devices will store a charge in capacitors. Older CRT monitors, laser printers, and other devices can easily shock you even when they're not connected to a power source. Your goal should never be to connect any part of your body to anything that could potentially be energized. For example, you should never connect yourself to the ground wire of an electrical system or anything else that might have some type of voltage go across it. If you respect electricity, you will have no problems keeping yourself and others around you safe as you're working on these devices. When you start looking into the electrical specifications and the design of electrical systems, you'll see a lot of different terms being used. One of those is an ampere. We often refer to this as an amp, and it's often abbreviated with the capital letter A. This value measures the rate of electrons that are moving past a particular point in a single second. You'll often hear electricity compared to a water hose, where electricity flowing through a wire is very similar to water that may be flowing through a water hose. The amount of water that you can fit through a hose will depend on the diameter of that hose, and the diameter would be the number of amps. We also measure electricity in terms of voltage. This is often abbreviated as volt or the capital letter V. This is describing a pressure of electricity flowing through a particular wire. If we go back to our hose analogy, as we are turning the water on, we are increasing the amount of pressure of that water through the hose, and as we increase the pressure, we are increasing the voltage. For example, you'll often see electrical systems described as a 120 volt system or a 240 volt system. And if you need to describe how much power is being used, you would describe that as a number of watts. You'll often see this abbreviated with a capital W. We can calculate watts by multiplying the number of volts times the number of amps. For example, if you're connected to a 120 volt power source and you have a device that is using 0.5 amps, you are using a total of 60 watts. The type of power that we usually get from our wall outlets is alternating current, or AC. AC power is relatively easy to distribute over long distances, so it is perfect to use for bringing into a home or an office. You'll often see alternating current abbreviated as AC, and it's often represented as the wavy line. This wavy line demonstrates the directional change of this power as it's moving through the wire. That up and down frequency of that wave is different depending on where you happen to live. If you're in the US or Canada, we commonly see
AI and machine learning are helping businesses make faster, but
it's usually running at a frequency of 60 hertz or 60 cycles per second. If you're in Europe, it's common to see 220 to 240 volts of AC current, and its frequency is 50 hertz. Our electrical components often use DC power to operate.
At Data Crunchers, there are a few projects that are garnering a lot.
In a single direction with a constant amount of voltage. This is often abbreviated with a DC, and the symbol for direct current is this solid line on top with the multiple lines across the bottom. This is why when we look on the back of our routers, our switches, and our other devices, we often see that we're plugging into a wall outlet with this alternating current, and we are converting that alternating current to direct current using the power supplies that are in those devices. This conversion may be occurring in power supplies built into the device, or it may be in the power cord that you're using.
There are many exciting time-saving
Obviously, as an information technology professional, power is one of the most important components we have. None of these systems would work without this power source, so it's important to consider how our switches, our routers, and our other devices will continue to operate even if there's an interruption of that power. One way to protect yourself against a power outage is to use a UPS. This is an uninterruptible power supply. This is usually a device that is connected to our power source, and inside of this device are a number of batteries that provide us with additional power if we lose that main power connection. This can also help if the voltage on our line tends to drop a bit. We refer to that as a brownout, and if the voltage tends to spike or go much higher, we refer to that as a surge. UPS will even out that particular surge or brownout and provide us with the power we need to remain up and running. There are a number of different types of uninterruptible power supplies. One of the least expensive are the offline or standby UPS, which is simply waiting for the power to go out before it kicks in. As you can imagine, there's a small amount of time where there would be no power available to your systems, and often with switches and routers, that small gap of time is enough to cause that device to reboot. One step up from that is the line interactive UPS. If you happen to have brownouts and your voltage begins to drop, the line interactive UPS will begin to increase the amount of power provided to be able to compensate for that drop. But many data centers prefer to run an online or double conversion UPS where you are always running from battery power and the batteries are constantly being refreshed by the power source. If you lose the power source, it has no effect on the systems that are connected to the UPS because they've always been running from that primary battery power. There are many different types of UPSs with many types of features. There are some that can automatically shut down your system if the batteries happen to become very low. Some of them have a higher battery capacity than others. The number of outlets on the back of the UPS can vary, and some of them have additional interfaces to plug in phone lines or cable modem connections. Another useful power component is a PDU. This is a power distribution unit. And although it looks like a normal surge suppressor, these are actually relatively intelligent devices that allow us to remotely connect to the device, manage each of those interfaces, and even allow you to power off and power on a device from a remote location. You can see this one is a rack mountable unit, and we would put that in our rack and connect our routers and switches to these interfaces. There's also an Ethernet connection. We would assign an IP address to this device. Inside is a web server, and that allows us to connect and manage this device from wherever we happen to be.
From Geico Subconscious News, I'm Tammy Racing Thoughts broadcasting from your brain. You think you live in a pretty safe place, but you just heard about a break-in 4 miles away, which isn't close, but it isn't far either, you know? Our Palpitations is on the scene.
I sure am, Tammy, and I don't even know why I drove out here because, as you know, you got customized renter's insurance through Geico, so your stuff is covered.
Oh, well, that's great. Any sign of crime there, Art?
Just some light littering, Tammy, but like they say, a little litter can lead to a lot.
Wise words. Worry less and get more with Geico.
In the United States and indeed around the world, we have many different data centers that are operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is estimated that approximately 2% of all U.S. power consumption is used by these data centers. Much of the power we use in these data centers is to manage the environment where all of this equipment resides. This allows us to manage the humidity, the temperature, and other environmental controls. Managing humidity in a data center can be a bit of a challenge. If you have a high humidity, then you've got condensation, and having any type of water in a data center is never a good idea. If your humidity is too low, you could have excessive static discharge, which is also potentially harmful to the equipment. Many industry guidelines put the ideal humidity levels somewhere around 40 to 60%. This is high enough to prevent any type of static discharge, but low enough to prevent any type of condensation. This can vary a bit depending on the geography, but these humidity levels tend to be the average that you'll find in most data centers. A lot of this power also goes to keeping the data center cool. As this equipment is running, it's generating heat, and all of that heat needs to be cooled down. There is an optimal temperature range, and many data centers are trying to keep the temperature somewhere around 64 to 81 degrees Fahrenheit. The cooling equipment in our data centers is constantly working to keep the temperature at that range. But of course, there are external influences that can affect the temperature inside the building. For example, the outdoor temperature may increase or decrease, and that may add additional load to the cooling systems. You might also find that as your system load increases and you're creating more heat from the systems inside of the data center, that we will need to add additional cooling. Most data centers will have a well-engineered heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. This is an HVAC. This HVAC system is designed to maintain a particular humidity and temperature level. Most of these HVAC systems have sensors that are located throughout the data center, and they're working to make sure that the same temperature and humidity is the same across the entire data center. Another important concern for data centers is what you...
All right, everybody, before the weekend, I put your current hours that you have for the course as of
that are in a very large area.
lunchtime when you punched out for lunch, not counting the hours you have at the end of the day, which is 4 hours.
But in an environment such as a data center, when you have this much electrical equipment, you'll
So
want
this is where you're at for the course.
If you were to look
on
at
day
the back
8.
of the data center, there's probably a tank that contains some type of
I'll see if I can
gas
magnify that a little bit.
agent that is designed to either
There you
suppress
go.
the fire or remove any type of oxygen from the air.
So
if somebody pulls the fire alarm, all of those chemicals are dispersed
right
around
here.
the entire data center, and although this may cause damage to the equipment, it will prevent a fire from spreading. You'll often see
Disregard
fire
this.
suppression systems
It's this right here.
with the existing HVAC.
The
This
green
means that if a fire
in the
is
middle.
detected, the HVAC system will shut down and prevent any type of oxygen from feeding that fire.
100%. No, as long as you're above 80. I want you at 90 because it leaves you some room if you have something going on. It's impossible to hit the 100.
One common type of
64, yeah.
is the network map. And
When Monday comes, it's going to drop again. So, but by the end of the today, if you're at or around 57, you're sitting good just in case life happens or you got something that needs 4 hours of your attention or something. You're good.
It shows a connection in from the internet, the physical cable plugging into the internet router, which can be found in 10.1.1.1. There's a physical wire connecting to the internet firewall, and then another wire connecting to the core router, which is located at 10.1.10.1. This physical connectivity continues on through the rest of the diagram, and if you were to go into this room, you can track back that cable to this equipment using this physical network map. We can often create these network maps using third-party software such as Visio, OmniGraffle, Bliffy.com, and many others. This software can be used to create physical network maps. It can also be used to create logical network maps. Logical network maps show a higher level view of connectivity where you're not focused on individual interfaces and cables, but more on how the entire network is connected. This is a logical network map that shows a cloud connection in the middle and different headquarters buildings connected from different locations into that single cloud. Obviously, in the middle of all of this are a number of routers, switches, and other servers, but all of that is broadly shown as a single location in a logical network map. These might be good maps to use if you're planning additional locations. You can view the layout of the existing wide area network cloud and then decide where the best location might be for another installation. And if you wanted to get into a detailed view of exactly where equipment is located and what that equipment looks like, you might want to use a rack diagram. Rack diagrams are designed to give you a physical view as if you were standing in front of that rack in the data center. It's very common to have restricted access to the data center, so a documentation like this can be used for individuals who may not have that level of access into the building. You can then use this documentation to tell someone to stand in front of the rack, look about 3/4 of the way up on unit 14, and you'll see the power strip. You can even use this documentation to locate the exact rack in the data center. You You might have on the documentation that this is in row 3 of the data center, and this is rack W. This gives us a way to provide detailed documentation for someone who may be standing in front of the rack when we may not be in the same building. So instead of telling someone to reboot a server that's in this rack, we could specifically say, go to unit 15 in this rack and reboot that individual server. Another useful physical piece of documentation is the cable map for your office. This would allow you to see a view of the office and exactly where the wires are installed in that facility. You'll often see one of these diagrams in the IDF or MDF that's usually on the wall so that you can understand where these wires are going when they leave that closet. This would show you where the physical wires are running, either under the floor or above the ceiling, and you can see that each drop for each one of these is numbered. This allows you to correlate the network drops out at each individual desk with the network drops that are connected to the patch panels inside of the wiring closet. These are not just useful during the installation process, but they're also useful when troubleshooting. You can track back exactly where a wire was run inside of the building and be able to correlate that back with problems that you might be having with that particular network drop. You can also create network diagrams that combine layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3 views of the network. Layer 1 would be the physical layer, layer 2 would be the data link layer, and layer 3 would be your network layer. Here's an example of a network diagram that includes a number of switches, routers, and end stations, and we have labels here for layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. We can start with the layer 1 connection, which shows the physical interfaces for the switches and the routers where all of these wires are connecting and providing this connectivity. We can overlay on top of that a layer 2 perspective, which now includes MAC addresses for all of these different components. And if you wanted to include IP addresses, we can overlay the layer 3 addresses so that you know exactly what IP address is associated with which MAC address, which is also associated with each physical address. Another important part of documentation is a need to track your assets. This means that we need to put tags or labels on every asset that we're bringing into the organization. This would be laptops, desktops, routers, firewalls, switches, and anything else that we're buying and installing into our network. Once we have all of these devices tagged, we can use that tag when we're referring back to a trouble ticket or some type of problem. For example, we could say that a router in the data center that's labeled with number 42 is the one that's causing this particular problem. We can also use these tags for financial purposes. We may need to track these devices over time to be able to track their depreciation. Or you may need to reference the asset tag to know when the device is purchased, which would also tell you if that device was currently still under warranty. These asset tags are usually very visible so that you can find them when you're on the phone with someone in the support team. There might be a barcode or RFID associated with this, and there might be additional information. If a third party runs across this device, they'll know exactly who owns that particular piece of equipment. The asset tag that's connected to the device, the components within that device, and then the user who is using that particular device may all be combined within one single asset database. This becomes a centralized database that can be used by the asset support team, by accounting, by folks that are in the finance department, and anyone else who may need access to this data. If we need to know the physical location of a device, we can look at our asset database and see what user has been assigned to this particular component. If we then know the user's location, then we also know the location of this particular device. As we've also mentioned, we may want to use this also for warranty tracking to be able to understand when a device was purchased and what the status is of that particular warranty. And if we're tracking the number of devices, we can also track the software that's running on those devices. This can be very useful if we need to determine how many licenses we need to purchase for our organization. We can determine very quickly how many of those units we own by referencing back our asset database. Another important piece of documentation relates to the ongoing use of IP addresses in our organization. We would commonly track these by using an IP address management or IPAM solution. This is something that can provide us with a way to plan, track, and configure the DHCP and IP address schemes that we are using throughout our company. Using IP address management, we can document what users may be using what IP addresses. Since we often use dynamic IP addressing, it's useful to be able to map a user with a specific IP address during a particular date and time. This might also give us the ability to identify any problems or shortages that we might have with our IP addressing configurations. And based on this information, we might need to modify IP address ranges or add additional IP addresses to our DHCP infrastructure. This gives us a way to manage all of our IPv4 and IPv6 addressing throughout our organization, all from one central console. Here's a console from an IP address manager showing different subnet details, statistics about the IP addresses that we're currently using, changelog entries, warning and error logs, and other details that can help us manage our IP address configuration. If you're working with a service provider, and most organizations are, you'll need some way to verify that you're getting the proper level of service. This is often done contractually with a service level agreement, or SLA. This defines the minimum level of service required for this contract that you have with this third-party organization. For example, if you're contracting with a wide area network provider or an internet provider, you may have an expectation that you'll be up and running 99.99% of the time. And you might want to have that level of service documented as part of this SLA. You can use this for any type of service level. For example, you might have an SLA that your organization will have no more than 4 hours of an unscheduled downtime. This means that your service provider will need to have something in place to be able to bring you up and running if you happen to have an outage. They might have a process for quickly dispatching a technician, or they might have equipment that they keep on your location that you can pull out of a box, put it in the rack, and get up and running as quickly as possible. As we're increasing the amount of access points and other wireless infrastructure in our organizations, we need some type of documentation to understand the impact of all of these different wireless components. For that, we will create a site survey. This would allow us to identify all of the access points that we might be using, even if they're access points that we may not be in direct control of. We can at least see the frequencies that are in use and be able to document those as part of the site survey. Once we understand all the frequencies in use, we can then document those and configure our systems to have the minimum level of interference for all of our access points. If you're in a building with a lot of different companies, or you happen to be in a large campus where there are many different buildings owned by different organizations, you may want to perform these site surveys very often to understand exactly what the wireless infrastructure may look like. One common way to document this is with a heat map. You can walk around and use a mobile device to be able to document how the wireless signal may be propagating depending on where you may be standing inside of your building. One of the challenges we have when installing new equipment into our data centers and our networks is that eventually this hardware and software will be outdated. We refer to this as end of life, or EOL. This is when the manufacturer of that piece of equipment decides they are no longer going to support that particular product. They may continue to provide security patches and updates, but they are no longer going to provide new versions of software or enhance the features associated with that product. And eventually, the manufacturer of this equipment may decide to no longer produce any type of security updates. When there are no type of updates coming from a product, we refer to that as end of support, or EOS. You won't receive any patches, any updates, any new features, or anything associated with that particular product. When a product moves into end of life, we can put together a plan and a budget for replacing that product over a period of time. But when a product hits end of support, this becomes a significant security concern, especially since we know that we will never receive another security update for that product. These ongoing patches and bug fixes can be very important for maintaining the uptime and availability of these devices, especially when these updates are associated with stability fixes. But these might also be fixes that close security holes, which may be just as important as maintaining the uptime of the device. We often see this with operating systems, where we may receive a service pack every quarter, and and we may have to install a large number of updates to these systems when we first install the OS. Many organizations provide monthly updates on a recurring schedule. This means we know exactly when the latest updates are going to arrive, and we can set up our plans for deployment around those update timeframes. And occasionally, a manufacturer will introduce an update outside of the scope of that normal monthly update. This is often associated with a security concern, especially when a 0-day or some other type of significant security event occurs. It's not unusual to see updates to operating systems occur constantly across many aspects of that operating system. For example, we can have updates for Windows, Linux, our iOS and Android devices, and anything else that might be running an OS. It's very common to see these monthly updates occur for the operating systems. These might have bug fixes and security patches, but we might also be making changes to the operating system ourselves. We might be modifying user accounts and changing the way that users interact with the operating system. For example, we might increase the minimum password lengths, we might change the complexity of the passwords required for the operating systems, or we might change the way that users are able to access the operating systems, and we might deploy those updates to the operating systems on demand. We might also change the configurations of the built-in firewalls on these devices. These operating systems provide us with a way to limit where a user may visit by IP address or URL, or there might be changes that enhance the security features.
All right, we're at the last 7 minutes of class. I was going to do some questions for you. I was just talking to Jesus real quick. Yeah, we're going to pause on the questions today. We did a lot today.
We're managing a purpose-built
Yeah.
appliance.
We'll gather back on the questions on Monday.
The operating system that's on that device. And often these
Did a lot of ingestion.